Well, guys, we are live. Welcome back to another episode of Legion of Creators. We should be joined by our guest stars very soon and our co-hosts. I'm having a fine day. I hope you guys are doing good. We just started Legion's episode 8. Can't believe we're 8 episodes in, guys, to this amazing series. And we have a lot to talk about today. We got some new news prior to the show dropping today. And we're going to talk about it all today. So stay tuned. Make sure you subscribe if you're not already. You never want to miss out when we post our content. I just released a bunch of reactions for trailers today. So we'll cover some of that stuff from CinemaCon today. So if you're looking for that type of content, you'll get that right here. Today's show is going to be spread up in multiple sections. We'll have a CinemaCon recap. We will have DC and Marvel talk. We'll have to talk about the Switch 2. And we have more topics. And if anyone topics they would like to bring up to the show, feel free to do so. I'm joined by my first co-star. Chris is in the building. Hey, what's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, Joe? What's happening, everybody?
I was just introducing everything to the regular start time of the show. And I had to get my hat because I forgot my hat was not on yet.
Yeah, it's cool.
I've just been recovering from being sick, so I'm just trying to run the show the best I can. But I've been doing good. I as you saw from the title, I broke up the show in multiple categories. We'll start with the CinemaCon discussion. Oh, Tony isn't joining. No worries, Retro. So we'll start with the CinemaCon recap. Just you and I giving our thoughts, and whoever else joins on what we thought of what was the strongest panel. What do we think had the best information? What are we most looking forward to?
That's cool.
Stuff like that.
So I think with CinemaCon, I think the biggest thing for me was about finding about the John Wick stuff that was going on. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like the side stuff they're doing or what's going on.
I think that really got my attention too because I felt like it was really awesome. I'm really looking forward to the John Wick universe.
Yeah, for real. You know, we get like obviously the ballerinas coming out. And then obviously we're gonna get Donnie Yen's his characters like story as well.
We knew that was coming since they set up that end credit scene.
Yeah.
That they were gonna do something with.
Because I don't think he's just gonna die that easy, especially in John Wick 4. I was like, nah, he's not gonna die.
Yeah, he's not gonna die. And at first I was kind of wondering because the end credit scene made it seem like he was going to like straight up like die, because it seemed like that the other person was coming for him, and I was like, well, that's kind of interesting. It's like, how are we going to do that? How are we going to handle that situation?
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I'm interested to see what they do with John Wick 5 since they're saying that we're getting John Wick 5 alongside this new period.
They're saying it's a prequel to whatever's going. Well, I don't know if it's going to be a prequel to the first one or whatever, but yeah, they said it's a prequel. Plus the anime as well, and we get like
the anime is pretty cool.
It's interesting. They're kind of making like a little universe in this, and even though they're not like it's not a bigger one, but it's
probably realized that was probably a good move is to get that started. Okay, just turn on the super chats for the stream real quick, and then we'll get started. More stuff, but yeah. I love it when we keep talking. Okay, so we're 30 minutes.
Yeah. So another, I think I'm looking forward to that new Michael B. Jordan film, Sinners as well.
Yeah, Sinners looks good.
It looks really good. I'm looking forward to that because that's been teased since last year. So
we'll do lots of live streams. Also, all the money goes into my fan film I'm making for you guys, and the merch we're making for Legion.
What else was there? I'm sure there was something else.
So the Sony stuff was interesting because over the week we've gotten more information. We now know a little bit more about what Spider-Man 4 is going to be. So obviously, I wanted to talk to you a little bit. You've been hearing about the people once they put out the casting call. A lot of people think that we're going to get Mr. Negative as our main villain.
Yeah, I think because they said 30. They're looking for a 30 to 50-year-old Asian man, Asian male. So. Yeah, I could definitely see them going with that. I think it makes sense as well. Like, gives a new spin, a new type of villain that hasn't really been.
I think we need to because we've been scraping the bail of Spider-Man villains lately.
Yeah.
Like, let's look. We love No Way Home, but how many more times can we use Green Goblin and Doc Ock? Like,
Yeah, you know,
or
we don't
get
need to use
old.
them again. So
Yeah. So I'm glad we're finally doing something different. Like Mr. Negative, the Insomniac games are highly popular. And also another thing I wanted to bring up is I was trying to wonder, like, what is it? Even I know a lot of people always say, "Oh, Spider-Man, you know, that's one of my favorite characters." That's a generic answer. I was trying to figure out what is it that attracts Dustin Daniel Cretton going from just directing Shang-Chi. You would think his next mission would be to direct Shang-Chi 2 because that's what he cares about, right?
yeah,
But he really has a connection for Spider-Man. He showed that during the panel.
yeah.
And I think it was only a matter of time, given Mr. Negative's power set. And with him being Asian, I think it makes sense that Asian director, Asian actor, villain. And I think if you look at the Sony and Marvel friendship, each Spider-Man movie has featured a Marvel guest star within the MCU. So
of course,
So in Homecoming, we had Tony Stark. In Far From Home, we had Nick Fury. In No Way Home, we got Doctor Strange.
Yeah, right.
I think we are getting Shang-Chi in Spider-Man 4, despite he hasn't been announced yet.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, I know I know Doom's probably gonna kill a lot of people in Doomsday, and this is believed to be after Doomsday. But I still think Shang-Chi will survive and will probably make it into this movie. Could you imagine with if they do Mr. Negative right, they do him like he's in the Insomniac games.
Yeah.
With his power set, imagine him going up against Shang-Chi with the 10 rings, and then Spider-Man doing whatever. Spider-Man
that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
That would be really
good,
cool.
Man.
And I think I might have a video on that later this week too. I think that would be pretty cool. So I'll be honest. When you're looking back at the idea of Brand New Day, I've seen some people knocking the title. I'm just glad we knocked the home thing before we got.
It kind of just like it was good for what it was, but you know, we need something new now. And Brand New Day is a brand new day because he's going.
I like it because it's
completely new. Like, we finally get the Parker that we wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it's going to connect to like the idea of him like going and like actually being like, oh my gosh, like, you know, we're actually going to live life as Spider-Man anew. And then of course we're going to do the whole thing where, because we're on Battle World, I think Peter's going to get his old life back the way he wants it.
Yeah, for real. I think that's what's going to happen because I feel like
Aunt May's going to be back.
There's going to be something. I feel like with Doctor Strange as well, as he's still going to be in these movies and whatever.
Yeah, I think
something's going to click for him. I feel like.
I think the spell from No Way Home is going to become more relevant.
Yeah,
and I think what they're going to do is
just reverse that basically.
I was hearing rumors before they announced this. Oh, hold up, we got Zarkus here. 1 sec. Hey, Zarkus. I was hearing rumors. We're going to talk about that as well, Retro, about Robert Pattinson being considered for a role in Dune 3. Yeah, I just heard about that thanks to Retro.
Literally just news in it. Yeah,
we'll definitely get into it. But so I was thinking is like I was hearing for a couple of years before we got this title that this movie at one point featured Ghost Rider and Mephisto and all these other things.
Yeah.
And one of the first confirmed facts of this movie is even though it's post Doomsday, somehow Doom is going to have such a link to Spider-Man that Doom is going to be in Spider-Man 4. Okay. And so one thing that I think they're going to do is they're going to, since Doom is also magic, I think they were going to, whatever plan they had, if they ever truly planned on keeping Mephisto in this movie, they clearly took him out and they gave his role to whatever they want Doom to do with magic. So I think we have to remember they're selling to kids, and I think they realized, let's not put the actual devil in Marvel Comics in here.
Let's not send a good message here.
Let's not do that. So I think now what they're going to do is they're going to have Doom offer to do some sort of new spell for Peter. And make a deal. Like, hey, I'll set everything right. I'll bring out Maybach. I'll do all this stuff for you. But you got to join.
You got to help me. Yeah, you got to help him.
He's like, you got to join my Dark Avengers or whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. I think
that's what direction they're going with. I think that it's direction of like.
Yeah, that's definitely makes sense as well.
And I actually have a theory now that because there's other villains. I know there was some rumors floating around that we get Chameleon in this movie. But I've never had the conversation with Retrolite, even on Discord. I really didn't want Chameleon to be the main villain because I just think he does not. I know people change, like we've changed villains
What,
from
the Chameleon?
A-list to
I don't think. Yeah, I feel like Chameleon's a good villain. Don't get me wrong, but I just feel like compared to what
I feel like he's
compared
better.
to other villains, I feel like I see him as more like I don't really see him in the A-list tier of like villains. I see him as a
Yeah.
B.
Yeah,
That's what
I
I see
feel
him
like
as.
the villains for this Spider-Man movie, the main villains, I think are going to go because I heard rumors that they were looking at a male villain and a female
Yeah.
villain.
And a female villain.
I
Okay.
think we're going to do, and I know it's crazy because this character hasn't really been built up. Like the nice thing is, Mr. Negative already had been built up in No Way Home because they introduced that Aunt May works for Feast.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to in No Way Home, they could have introduced they could have introduced Martin Lee in that movie if they wanted to.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, they could have.
It would be the ultimate deal with the devil of sorts. Yes, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna have that deal take place with Doom. But so then yeah, I think. But the other guess I think for female villain, I think we're gonna get Silver Sable as the female villain.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, that'll be actually be interesting because Sable, she's very how can I put it?
She's different. I think she's definitely.
Yeah, I think she's different, and I think again, we haven't really seen a character. We haven't seen much like villains.
And even though this movie is multiverse, I think there's going to be an element of this movie towards the end that kind of sets up Spider-Man entering back into the street level.
Street level stuff. Yeah, I think so too.
So I think we're most likely going to get. I think we're most likely going to get something something like almost like teasing like a gang war going on. So like building up, because what I want them to do is I want them to build up the gang war so that when we get out of the multiverse saga, we can do this stuff with we could do Devil's Reign completely, because I know they're touching on it in Daredevil, but I think if you're gonna do it, you got to do it with Spider-Man.
Yeah, you got. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Coyote. Yeah. Who's Coyote? Is this Chris? Let's see. Hello.
That should be Tony, I think.
Hey Tony. What's up, Tony? Hello. Do you hear us?
Tony?
Do you hear us, Tony? Hey Tony. Hello. Can you hear us, Tony? Is your mic on, bro? We'll wait for him, see if he gets it. But
if anything, just join and rejoin, innit?
Yeah, so he's probably just trying to get used to it. But so basically, like, I think, like, so the gang war, because I think that I have been hearing some weird reports. I don't know how this is even possible, but somehow someone else still owns the rights to the Kingpin character, which is why apparently Vincent D'Onofrio can only appear in like TV shows right now.
Oh, that's annoying.
Which is I'm sure he'll get it fixed.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what's going on with that, but I'm sure they'll get that fixed. But hopefully they work.
Rights, man. It's annoying because that's what Sony's doing with Spider-Man. Like they want to harbor him, and it's like you guys haven't done anything with the.
But it can't be Netflix. Netflix would be the only one that owned the rights to the character because Netflix was the one that used them.
Yeah, pretty much used them. So
and there's no way Netflix's deal is still valid because they haven't done anything. They don't have the rights to those characters anymore.
Yeah.
So who would own them? That wouldn't be because. The only other person that I could think that would own them, is already joined up with Disney, which is 20th Century Fox. Because of
that's what I'm saying. That's what it is now. So I don't know, man. I think I'm just getting to the point where a lot of these characters that are not signed up with Marvel need to be contracted with Marvel because it doesn't make sense.
I just think it's annoying that
there's no point of having Spider-Man villains in Sony, but then there's no Spider-Man.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like. I don't know how these rights issues got happened. There's just one company. That's why, even though there's like still some hesitation with Superman for a lot of people, I really do think that DC will succeed because I do think that they have all the rights to their characters.
Yeah, they have all the rights. Yeah,
and I think that that's going to be something that's going to propel them forward because all these rights issues is really screwing Marvel over.
Yeah.
Like I remember even when they didn't. Wasn't there a point where they didn't even own Namor, and now they have Namor?
Yeah,
like,
now they have them.
Yeah, it's like they have everyone. We still can barely get Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, for real.
They keep talking about a World War Hulk. I'm like, oh yeah, have you guys contracted Universal to make that
yeah, to
happen?
make that happen, like no, obviously. But
We
yeah,
heard rumors
we'll
about World
see.
War Hulk, and I was like, are they actually going to make that happen if like the rights are still
Yeah,
like?
if they can get the rights and make that happen, that'll be dope.
I
But
don't understand why
until then,
Universal has been so stingy about it because
yeah,
honestly, Brave New World was straight up a Hulk movie. Like I
yeah,
heard they said they were going to bring that they even considered bringing in Ruffalo, and then they decided to take him out because they said, well, we bring in Ruffalo, then we're going to take. And that's going to take away from Sam's movie. Like, oh, you already took away from Sam's movie, so
you really put you. I
I
can't lie, they really like it was, like I
you might
said,
as well just take Sam off the poster and call it Brave New Hulk instead of
something in it. I don't know,
yeah,
but
like
yeah, I think it was.
Hulk
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's
yeah,
like basically you already made it a Hulk movie. You had too many Hulk antagonists, too much Hulk involvement. You brought fucking Betty Ross back.
Betty Ross.
So it's like
yeah,
at this point,
it was a decent watch, but.
So it's like with all these rights issues, they got to get that solved because that's
Yeah, because it's just hindering like the universe as a whole. Because now we can't even get certain things to happen properly, or certain villains, or what's going to be set up for the future films and stuff like that. So, it's just kind of.
I was impressed with CinemaCon. Some of the trailers that came out, I was sick, so it took me a minute to get to some. I just went through a bunch of reactions of them yesterday. I really am excited for. I think Megan 2 from Blumhouse looks really spectacular.
Yeah.
If you saw the first one with the kind of like Chucky AI.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. I see that. Yeah. I see that. It was kind of like, oh my gosh, I've watched it in a minute, but
looks hilarious. They got Sinbad in there from Ahsoka. I'm down for it.
Yeah, they can see that.
I would love. I'm looking forward to Karate Kid Legends.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that.
I think it looks good. I watched yesterday, even though it wasn't a part of CinemaCon, I don't think. They released the new official trailer for Mission Impossible Final Reckoning.
Oh, yeah.
And I was watching the trailer, and I'm like, this really does. Is this it? Tom Cruise is done, huh?
Tom Cruise is done, yeah.
This is going to be it. Because I'm watching the trailer, and I'm seeing the flashbacks to the old movies. I'm like, okay, they're doing this. This is it, right?
Yeah, this is it. This is legit. You know what I'm saying? For real, this is it, boy. So it's gonna be interesting to see how
they said it was gonna be called Final Reckoning for sure.
Yeah, how everything's gonna end.
I think we're gonna get 2 character deaths in this movie.
Yeah.
I think the action looks spectacular. I think Tom Cruise is clearly gonna go out with a bang.
Oh, of course, 100%.
I don't think they'll kill his character, but I mean, maybe they will. I don't know.
Maybe they could.
Maybe they'll know time to diet, like they on, but I mean, I don't know. It looks good though. I'm a huge fan of that franchise. I've said for a long time that is one of the most consistent, entertaining action franchises that we.
Oh, definitely, yeah, 100%, definitely. That's more consistent than the Fast and Furious.
I think it's Fast and Furious. It's like at first I was really into them going crazy with it.
Oh yeah, for sure,
not being like taking themselves seriously.
Yeah.
Hey Jennifer, and then literally. They completely just went, okay, we're going into space, and now we're doing this thing. And I said, okay, you know what? I'm glad this franchise is coming to an end. This is a little too much.
Yeah.
I like aspects of it. I thought Jason Momoa played a good villain. I want to see what they do with the spinoff they're working on. Yeah. I want to see it finish out strong.
Yeah, no, I do want to see the final one.
Where I am a little nervous about it is I heard that apparently the final movie is going to get back to the street racing.
That's good.
And that makes me a little nervous because I don't think the franchise would have survived if they would
just that. Yeah.
So,
I think
not just that.
For the Fast series, it's like I think I get why they branched out, because even when I was younger and I look at all the films and stuff, I think I've seen pretty much all of them except for 10 in it. I mean, 10 just recently got to Netflix, so I'll get down to that.
I think 5 had to hit the perfect balance where they could easily, if they would continue to 5 doing a bunch of different heists and those type of movies, I think it could have ran for as long as they've run and been successful.
Yeah.
But there's still a part of me with the Universal contract there's still a part of me, as crazy as it is, as much as I wasn't down for the whole going to space. There's a part of me that if they could make a Jurassic World and Fast and Furious,
could you imagine? Just there getting about to get eaten by dinosaurs. Like Vin Diesel's like family.
I would pay my nerd coin to see Vin Diesel riding a raptor. Like him riding a raptor and literally like just jumping up and like punching like Jason Statham off a dinosaur would, I don't know, that would work for me.
Yeah, that would be cool.
It would be silly as hell. People are like, oh, you would rather have dinosaurs than you'd rather have dinosaurs than go into space. Like, yeah, I thought the going to space thing was kind of lame, but like,
yeah,
I think the
it was okay. The space is just all right. It wasn't anything.
Like, if you're gonna go crazy, do something really crazy that just like this is absolutely absurd, but I'm about it. We need more out of the box out ideas, because right now Minecraft is crushing everyone, despite the critics.
Yeah, man. Like, you know what it is with Minecraft though, you can kind of do anything with it because it's that type of game. So
I heard the movie sucks, but somehow it's making a shit ton of money because Minecraft's IP is
it's the IP of Minecraft. That's why. Yeah,
people are getting teens are getting arrested for like doing like chicken jockeys in theaters and like.
Jeez.
Like I don't know. I heard there was some big stuff with cops like going into theaters, and teens are being obnoxious, and it is wild.
Yeah, no.
I haven't seen the movie. I've heard 3 people I know that are good friends of mine that I trust their opinion to a fault have told me I should see it because they said it was good.
It was good. Okay, that's interesting.
So now that's how you know that it's for kids and families. Yeah, but then you get the entertainment. You're getting these teenagers, man, that take it so seriously. Like they're chicken jockeying their friends.
Yeah, true. But then again, like Sonic was for kids and that, and then I ended up seeing it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, in Doomsday, if James Marsden as Cyclops doesn't see Rocket and mistake him for Sonic, I'm gonna be upset.
That would be jokes.
I would love it. I would love it, man. Like, what are you doing with those guns? What aren't you gonna go fast over there, man?
Could you imagine? Yeah. So
like where's Tails, man? You just hang around with it.
Yeah. There was another trailer that dropped on cinema. What was it? The Demon Slayer movie teaser that dropped.
I haven't watched there's a new Demon Slayer movie that came out?
Well, it'll be coming out September 12th.
Okay. So did they make a trailer for it now?
Yeah, they dropped a teaser for it, like 30 seconds.
Okay, what story arc are they following?
So this story arc is called let me see, Infinity Castle. I'm assuming that's the demon realm, basically. So
is Michael Jackson still running things then?
Oh, yeah, he's still. No, even my friend calls him that as well, because the way he moves, like he's literally like that. But nah, I don't know if you've seen the latest season of Demon Slayer.
I need to catch up. I'm big into anime. I gotta catch up. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, Retro. I heard about Tony fixing his audio. I'm sure he'll be joining us soon. Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like that is that's cool. I'm a big fan of Demon Slayer. Did anybody check out the what's it called? What's that game series I'm trying to think of? Devil May Cry. Anyone check out the Devil May Cry?
Oh yeah. I watched that all this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have Netflix yet, so I haven't found a watch it yet. But was it good?
Yeah, what I'm gonna say, it is really good. Did
it live up to like as a fan of the games? Does it live up to that?
Yeah, no, definitely. It lives, like if you watch it, if you play the games and stuff, you live up to it.
So we're really in mine's Borderlands. I would say we're really in a resurgence of video game movies are going to take over everything.
Yeah, definitely. Because with Devil May Cry, I don't know to anyone that's played it. You know, I've played 1, 3.
I'm a big fan of 5.
I need to finish 5. I just started 5, so I'm just going to try and finish that.
I love 5. I've been playing through it again. I really like it.
You know, it's a good series, and I think the anime does capture it. I think the only thing that, because the guy that voices Nero, Johnny Young Bosch, he voices Dante, so I was just kind of like, I mean, it's not like it doesn't work, but it's like Dante's a bit
different. Did you feel like it was just way too different and didn't like fit?
It wasn't crazy different, but it was different to the point like that character was voicing Nero, but then now he's voicing Dante in the anime, so I thought
So
it would
they
kind of be
changed
different.
him voicing. He wouldn't.
Yeah. So
Voicing
I don't think they changed him, but I think when he went up for to audition, he didn't know it was for Dante. He thought it was for obviously Nero in it, but it's not.
I would have been like, hey, I played this character in the game. You should make me play the same character.
Yeah.
Because on the side when we're talking about Spider-Man, did you hear about? Even though people have their fan castings, right?
Yeah.
I heard that a lot of fans are campaigning because apparently Mr. Negative's voice actor from Insomniac games looks like Mr. Negative, like in real life, like not just as a voice actor.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
And so people are saying that they think that they should give it, that he wants it, they should let him get it, and he wouldn't even have to audition because he's just Mr. Negative.
Yeah, he's good at it already. Yeah, I hear it.
Because I've seen some interesting names thrown in.
Yeah, I've seen Steven. Is it Steven Yeun or something like that?
Yeah, there was a rumor because of the fact he was supposed to play Sentry, and then
Sentry.
They just brought out new information today that originally his character wasn't even meant to be, Sentry.
Mm.
And then they changed it, and then now that the other guy's playing Sentry, now it's Sentry. Which is weird. I guess they changed his first names. I know in the trailers they just call him Bob until he becomes Sentry, I think.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that film, man.
I'm looking forward to Thunderbolts. I actually am. I'm gonna see because it just looks like a whole heap of fun. So,
I don't know. It's weird. I was talking to some people yesterday, and some people that have gotten the early screeners of all the major movies this year, somehow they got early access.
Yeah.
All the test screens. People believe with all the information that's out there on the internet that they think that even with Superman out there, that Thunderbolts is the best comic book film of the year, apparently. So
yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Yeah, I've heard that too.
That's really interesting. Like, I don't know where that came from, but I guess it's got good A-list actors. They seem to have a director they know what they're doing with.
Yeah.
I heard that right now it's not tracking good at the box office, but giving Marvel's problems, to be fair, because of what Marvel has gone through over the last couple of years, they've suffered box office problems. But
definitely.
Guardians 3, because of James Gunn, was able to make that money back in 2 weeks' time. So in just Rotten Tomatoes scores, regular critics, regular audience, the word of mouth for Thunderbolts is good. Those box office predictions.
They're also they're not going to be good, so they'll probably go up at some point.
I think
was something else.
Was there something else you heard of that you're trying to remember?
Yeah. Tron, the new Tron.
I did do a reaction for that one as well. Okay, so Tron. I'm not a big Jared Leto guy, but I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm a big fan of the Tron movies.
Same.
I'm looking forward to this Tron. And it was weird for me because Disney's left such a bad taste in my mouth. So when I saw the Disney logo pop up, I was like,
I was.
Disney still will
make it. One thing I will say, it does look, the effects, the style is still Tron. I'm thinking, this is.
Well, they've worked on this movie for a long time. They were supposed to do. They did their animated Offspring show, and then they were supposed to do another movie, and they canned that movie.
Yeah.
And so then when they canned that movie, they decided to start working on this one. Surprised Jeff Bridges is in it. That's pretty cool. Even though we don't see him, we hear him in the trailer.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how Jared Leto's character fits into it.
Yeah.
Because I heard somewhere that, he's not in the trailer. I think the actor that plays Sam Flynn, the son of, I think his name is Kevin, who's Jeff Bridges' character.
Yeah.
So apparently his son is meant to return in this movie.
Okay. Oh yeah, because he pretty much because the number 2 he pretty much just drifted off. Yeah,
he was the one that was leading it. I was surprised when they did this whole Tron Ares thing because they're trying to make the narrative of the story makes it seem like they're focusing on Jared Leto's character being the main new character. which I'm fine with. I mean, I know a lot of people have issues with Jared Leto, but I think he's a good actor.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a good actor. I think the reason why people don't like him is because of what he was trying to defend Morbius, and it was just like, nah, bro, like this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I think
what it cracked up to be. You know what I mean? I didn't think it was the worst film I saw.
I think he's a good actor. I think he's done some pretty incredible projects.
You know, I think it wasn't the worst. Morbius wasn't the worst thing I saw, but it was okay, but it wasn't like the best thing ever. Like, it was like, okay. You know, but
yeah, we've seen the original. I don't know what the word of mouth was on Tron Legacy, but I really like Tron Legacy. Like,
Tron Legacy was dope.
I know it's nearly impossible for like the sequel to be better than the first movie, and I know the effects weren't there for the first movie, but it looks silly when you look back at it. But it was so much fun, and the second movie just took it in such a darker direction.
Yeah, definitely. Second one was dope.
When I look at Tron Legacy, I look at everything that Last Jedi could be. Like, that's all I think about. I'm just like, why couldn't the people that made Tron come work on Star Wars? Like,
that'd be sick.
Like, it had dark tone. I mean, Rinsler was a badass. They had a great game. Did you play the game, the tie-in game they had for that movie?
I don't think I did, no.
Dude, it's so cool. Because the cutscenes, they explore Rinsler a little bit more. And like, really, it's so cool.
Yeah.
It's absolutely awesome. Like, it's one of my favorites. Like, I'm trying to remember what the name of the game was. Like, something with the grid. And it was really cool. What do you think about this movie with the trailer? How we're like, they got the whole Worlds Collide thing. Hey, McKenna, Tron Legacy was good. I also heard talks of a Power Rangers sequel movie. Yeah, they're working on a new Power Rangers.
Yeah, they're working on a new Power Rangers. I don't think it's a sequel, but to the 2017 one, but it's a completely new one.
It's a new thing.
But apparently, I did find out that Toei and Saban are not with Amazon anymore. So I don't know how this Power Rangers film is going to be done without those two companies, because without them, we wouldn't be getting the Power Rangers.
Maybe they'll be consulted.
I don't know, but I know they've parted ways recently.
Well, here's the thing that I think that we shouldn't be worried about. In the past, and I know Disney isn't what they once were, but when I was introduced to Power Rangers, they were using Jetix and Disney were teaming up together.
Yeah.
That was one of the best eras of Power Rangers. Yeah. So putting it back under Disney's brand should be an actual good thing, I think.
Yeah.
Like, even though they're changed, they clearly have a good. Oh, and also, you know what I remember? I remember that I think it's. I haven't finished the show. I got to continue watching it, but I think they're giving it to the guys that did the Percy Jackson show on Disney Plus.
Okay.
And I heard that show is really good.
Yeah, I heard the show's really good too.
So I think it's speaking of shows and reviews. I got a little review for you guys today. I finally finished Fallout the last couple of days.
Oh, Fallout, yeah. Oh, I still need to get around to that, but I've heard it's really good.
Yeah, I heard about the animated Predator. I think that's pretty interesting. They're doing that. Yeah, the Power Ranger thing is interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what they do. Speaking of Power Rangers, I've actually got to do a movie review. I got to watch a movie. I don't know if I'll do it today. Maybe I'll watch it tomorrow. Yeah. There's a movie. I hope they keep Power Rangers campy rather than Avengers bootleg. Yeah, they can totally keep Power Rangers campy. They don't need to do anything. Like,
they don't need to do it too much, man. They just stick to the material of where it was, like Angel Grove and all that. So that's all
they have a way to do that. Oh, you gotta watch Reacher Retro. Yeah,
Reacher. I might actually start that soon. So
I've seen all 3 seasons of Reacher. I've seen season 1 of Fallout. I would say definitely watching. I agree with keeping Power Rangers campy. Look at the source material that they've had and focus on that. Yeah, I was about to say, in this new Power Rangers, watch Amy Jo Johnson make a cameo. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Also, yeah, it was a good reboot. I was gonna say, did you know? Speaking of that, there was a movie. I don't know how I came across it, but I was just looking for movies on Roku yesterday, and I came across this new Fight Club movie where I guess Amy Jo still did like a martial arts movie a few years back. A female fight movie. I want to check it out. I saw it was on there. I'd never seen it before, and I saw it. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get a sequel.
Yeah, we should have really got a sequel because the way they teased Tommy at the end was like without him being there. Was
apparently what they were gonna do was they were gonna do Tommy's daughter, like, well, not his daughter, but like Jason's daughter was gonna be the new Ranger. Oh, someone join us? Okay, let's see. I finished Percy Jackson. Think it's a good show. All right, good to hear. Coyote, let's see if he's got his mic working now. Sure. All right, and we are joined by our friend Tony.
So, well, call me Coyote. I prefer going by that name, but either way.
You prefer Coyote than Tony? Yeah, Goldar was weird retro. I was a fan of Goldar in the 2017 thing.
Yeah, Goldar was okay. I didn't mind Rita.
Rita was good. They cast her good. I thought.
Yeah.
I like the way that they did the Rangers suits. I think that the action looked good. I love that they had to pull the Kanye West power when they did the Megazord.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I apologize for the whole weird thing going on with my phone. I was on a call as well, so I would have got here a lot sooner, but yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Whenever you can join, you can join. Yeah. Oh, you finished it, Kenny. You thought it was good, the Percy Jackson show? I still need to watch it. I've heard good things.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, Nintendo Switch 2 rant between Tony and Chris or Coyote.
All right. Well, if you want me to begin, I got a lot of things to say about it. I mean, it ain't gonna be pretty.
We could jump in that direction if you guys are ready to go over to the Switch. I'm out on this one because I am not a regular Nintendo. Like, I'll get the Switch. I don't own a current Switch. My fiance does. I sometimes play it. But I mean, if I feel the need to get a Switch 2, I will. But to me, this type of stuff, I don't make content about Nintendo, so I'm out on this one. I'm gonna let you guys. You guys can have the reins on it. I'll listen to it. I'll drink my water. I'll be a good boy, and I'll sit here and just do whatever I can because I enjoyed it on that one because I got it sucks. Like, obviously in the industry, everything that's going on with gaming and stuff, it sucks. Get the popcorn out, guys. This will be good.
Well, where do I begin? I mean, let's go back. Let's rewind the clocks back about 30 years. Where was Nintendo and Disney? I think they're a good comparison when you consider the fact that Disney back then, they were part of their, their Renaissance project when they were doing like The Little Mermaid all the way up to The Emperor's New Groove. From the 1980s all the way up to the 1990s, Disney was doing pretty much great because they had Michael Eisner there and Katzenberg. They basically helped build Disney to what it is. What was Nintendo doing? They were doing the exact same thing. Sometime from the 1980s, if not the mid-1980s, from 1985, Nintendo had something called the NES. And back in 1987, Super Mario Brothers 2 and Zelda 2 were very hard to get hold of. They were scalped. Yeah, even back in the 1980s. You couldn't get your hands on a Nintendo Entertainment in 1987. They were scalped. There was no internet. They just had a lot of these shady places where you would actually buy it for a higher price. So this kind of scalping thing never went away. So we go from the 1980s all the way to the early 2000s. Nintendo was still on a high, and so was Disney. All of that came to an end sometime between 2010 and 2012. What happened in 2012? Disney decided to go in a different direction. It was called the message direction. What was Nintendo doing? They released something called the Wii U. It's almost as if they are like hand in hand doing the same thing. They're just like going on a downward failure. That didn't last long, though, because sometime within like 2015, they came to their senses. It was called Marvel. That's what Disney was doing even a little bit lower there. But in their current golden age in 2015, Marvel was kicking off and Disney was back with the golden goose making billions of dollars. What was Nintendo doing? They had a reform. It was called Reggie Fils-Aimé thinks that they need to go in a different direction and have something before the what was it called? They called it the Nintendo NX. It was called Project NX at the time, between 2015 and 2016, which would eventually be called the Nintendo Switch. Then they made it very clear, and they admitted that it wasn't a pretty good thing that they did with the Wii U. And I'm going to get back to the Wii U because there's something I want to put in comparison with the Wii U and the Nintendo Switch 2, which will shock you, by the way, because they want you to forget about that certain thing they used to do. But with what was happening with the Project NX, it would eventually become the Switch. Before that, Iwata, he basically gave up a good portion of his salary and his bonuses because of the failure of the Wii U. I think that is still, to this day, one of the most noblest things I've ever seen anyone from that kind of position in that kind of employment. Yeah, exactly. Ever do. And I remember even IGN was like, wow, this guy is like unique because he had passion, you know. Reggie Fils-Aimé and Iwata, they were like the tag team duos. And Reggie Fils-Aimé, he fought tooth and nail to have, the Wii Sports put inside of the Wii. And that's why a lot of casual people basically were set. They had their game and everything. And by the way, that game was physical, if I remember correctly. So as time moved on, we head on to what is 2017. 2017, Marvel is literally on the brink of its end of its phase 3. It's got 2 more years. Nintendo Switch gets released. You see, I'm comparing Disney, and there's a reason for that, by the way, because it almost feels like they are doing the exact same thing, but in 2 different ways.
How can I put it? I mean, the only thing I can say with Nintendo, there's still, I would say there's still the thing is the quality is still there, regardless of like the.
But so was Marvel. Even in that time, during that time.
During that time, yeah. But if we're talking now, though, I would still say the quality is there for Nintendo, not so much Marvel or Disney.
Well, that's the thing. Now, here's the thing. What I'm trying to put out there. Steam Deck comes around sometime within, when was it? It was like 2021 or 2022.
Yeah.
I think it was 2022. Okay. Although when you add in addition to that, the lockdowns that happened and all of the, the other things that were happening during the 2020s, I think this was the beginning of Nintendo basically changing things forever. Reggie Fils-Aimé, he left. Iwata, he's no longer there either. Yeah. And what has now led to it is that you've got these people in suits, and one of them, who is the American representative, Doug Bowser, who I'm going to get to as well, has basically. Did you hear about what he said, by the way?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, man, anyway. So he, boy, God, where do we even begin with this guy? But he. For the first time, when I saw him being brought into Nintendo, I was like, "Oh, it's funny," because he's Bowser.
Popcorn. I'm ready to go. I'm enjoying the show.
I'm only getting started, man. I'm only 10%.
We won't spend too much time on this, Joe, in it, but yeah, it is a long topic.
I'm only 10% complete on what I'm actually talking about here. But here's the pointer here. It's like when we were introduced to Doug Bowser for the first time. Me personally, I was like, it's kind of funny. I get it. He's Bowser, like Bowser. Okay, great, got it. But then I started thinking, okay, so is he any better than Reggie? Is he gonna do anything, or is he just another guy in a suit with the name of a Nintendo character? Is that basically where we're going with this? Okay, fine. Okay, you know what? Let's give it some time. Okay, I'm fine with that. Let's give it some time and see where this is gonna go. So. When people started hearing rumors about the Nintendo Switch 2 in 2014, right? Yeah. Nintendo themselves had the plan to get it released at some point within the first quarter of 2024. That was initially where it was supposed to release. Now, had they have released it during the first quarter of 2024, instead of using the excuse that they wanted to basically prevent scalpers, which was a pile of bullshit because, let's face it, no one can get their hands on the Nintendo Switch 2, or at least depending on which region you're talking about right now, okay? So you've got a problem here where they could have released it in 2024 of the first quarter, and who knows, they may have actually released it at a decent price of about $399. instead of the price now being about, was it four was it $49.99 and $4.50? Okay.
Yeah.
So you got that problem right there. This is a problem which, quite frankly, they have actually, they basically afflicted onto themselves, and I say that very, very sincerely because, hold on, let me just deal with this for a moment. I say that with the utmost respect because had they have gone with the 2024 release, then the good chances are they would have actually come to the senses somewhere around the line, and it's got nothing to do with Donald Trump and the tariffs. Okay, the average Joe doesn't want to deal, or at least doesn't want to hear the crap of like I'm going to have to listen to some politics now and what's happening in the business. That's on them. Okay, they chose to have cartridges instead of CDs, which would have been cheaper. I mean, if you go, I mean, look, here's the other thing I've been hearing about the whole concept around what is it? People like getting magazine screenshots of like the Super Nintendo. First of all, that screenshot was from Canadian prices. That wasn't the United States prices. Anyone that lived throughout the 90s would know exactly what the prices were for the Super Nintendo. They were about $39.99 to about $49.99. That was the prices for the Super Nintendo in the United States. In Canada, that was those prices. Right. Now that's cleared up because a lot of people are trying to defend this, and there's no way you can. Okay. I mean, if you want to defend paying more for something that, quite frankly, should be a lot less, then that's fine. Yeah. Now let me get back to the Wii U. Okay, the Wii U did one thing right, and the only reason why they did this right was because they were desperate. They knew they knew they messed up. They knew they messed up big time, and the reason why they messed up so much is because of the. Hold on, I'm getting echo. Are you hearing the echo?
Yeah, just a bit.
Should I hold on? Let me just set it up because I think that's that might be on my end. Hold on. Hold on, just give me a moment. What the hell?
He'll fix
it. Yeah.
So remember, it just depends which mic you're using and which one's plugged in. Sometimes. If you have
yeah. Hold on. Nothing's goddamn working here, man.
We got him up. Yeah. Now.
It might work. No, I don't know.
We'll get it fixed.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be back soon.
That's cool.
So you have thoughts on
what the Switch 2? Yeah, obviously. So my thoughts is like I'm not really. The thing is for me is that when I look at a company like Nintendo, I look at quality, and that's what they've given us over time. I know, I do agree with the whole them from getting cartridges to CD. Like they need to go with the modern times and you start using CD. That is them being incompetent and not like listening to the consumer and saying like, look, we just want CD, something we can actually get a physical copy of the game, whatever. Yeah, how cartridges basically nothing. That can be kind of whatever. So I do get in terms of the prices, I'm okay. I guess it's because I'm in the UK. So for me, like I think the console itself is what £395, £395, and then obviously the one with the digital copy of Mario, that is like what £430. So
is it confirmed that it's going to be the same price as the PS5?
I don't think. Yeah, I think it's. I don't know if it. I think it has been confirmed. I'm not too sure, but I don't.
PS5 run from like basically like I know there was the whole scalping, like Tony said, but I'm pretty sure I've not seen a PS5 lower than $550 to $600. Like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I've only seen the lowest I've seen is probably like 400 at best, but. So even then,
so you're looking at a Switch, a portable console.
Yeah.
You might as well just go out and get a PS5. Why are you going to get?
The thing is with the Switch, it's not just portable though. It's portable and you can play it at home in it. You know what I mean? So and now Nintendo have been doing something for years, which we've been asking them to do. Like, can you upgrade the specs? Can you upgrade the hardware so we can get 4K resolution, 1080p. All of that's been pretty much sorted now. So we've got the hardware, that's sorted. Obviously, we've got to think about the third-party games as well. That's being included as well, because this is the first time Nintendo have gotten third-party. Not for so much the first time, but it's like now we've got more third-party games that we can get developers on and play more games, different games, whatever. Then there's obviously like the library of the back catalog of, like, you know, the GameCube, the 64 will still be there, the Game Boy will still be there, and all that, Game Boy Color, the SNES, all of that stuff. So all these things like apply. All these things apply to like what it is now, plus the hardware, plus the camera, plus the obviously the online, the game chat. Like obviously on the online membership's been pretty cheap so far, but yeah, it's just obviously, you know, I'm kind of cool with the price, because again, like there's people out there that have interests, and their interest cost them over like $2 or $3 grand a month for every couple of months or so, whatever. Yeah. Whereas consoles don't really cost you that much. Obviously, yeah, you'll buy a game here and every now and then and whatnot, but it doesn't just get in the console. That's it. You get the game. It lasts longer and whatnot. So that's how I look at it. You know what I mean? I understand for different countries, it's going to be like the US, wherever, like Canada, like all these other places that are going to struggle. Like I understand. I get it. I definitely get it, because you know, and inflation's happening here too as well. Like with certain things like prices of rent and like all these other things. So like, you know, Nintendo are just doing. At some point, it was either going to be them, Sony, or Microsoft. I would prefer it to be Nintendo, because at least I know I get quality out of it. So you know, I can't see Sony or Xbox doing it, only because with Rockstar they could say $100 for GTA, but then I can't see any other companies doing that same nonsense and whatnot.
Well, I hope that Nintendo doesn't look at this and just like after this, and I hope the other companies don't go, yeah, oh, maybe this is a plan that maybe we should. This is a plan.
Yeah, that's why I hope it doesn't get to. I hope it doesn't get to that as well. And then as far as I know it, I don't know if everything is exactly confirmed with all those like prices and whatever. Anyway, I'm not too keen on it. I'm just waiting to see like the release, because the thing is, once the thing releases, that's when everybody will be like, oh yeah. So if the numbers are up for the Nintendo Switch 2 and people were complaining, I'm like, listen, like the only people that should be complaining is the average Joes that have to work and whatnot. Like content creators, they're complaining about these prices, but I'm like, you guys have the money easily, whether you're taxed or not, like easily.
But look at people who aren't like big content creators, like
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like there's small content creators like. We can't just get this off the bat straight away. Whereas the big ones, they can. So it's like, if you're complaining about this and you're a big content, I'm like,
to me, I heard that Rocksteady is working on their new Batman game, and now they're already talking about like the PS6 and shit.
Yeah, like, but you see that
got my PS5 like about 2 years ago. I ain't trying to get a new console.
Yeah, I mean, I got my PS5 2020 Christmas or 2022, but even then, it's like. We still haven't got enough games on it. Like we haven't had any. Yeah, we've had a few big titles.
Why are we already talking about the next console when we should?
And I know the last state of play happened a few months ago, but
we should literally be focusing on the console that we have.
That's what I'm saying.
We're already in the next gen phase. We shouldn't be pushing further next.
That's what I'm saying. And they just dropped the PS5 Pro, which should have came out when the Slim came out back in 2023. But I think the PS5 Pro, even with that, I'm just like.
Also, the PS5 Pro doesn't have a. First of all, it doesn't have a. You have to buy the CD add-on for it. So already they were thinking, they were thinking of the ways of like. It's almost as if they've forgotten everything about 2013 and what everybody hated about the Xbox One. Bowser, when he basically, hold on, because I totally completely forgot about what it was, because I was trying to do. I was trying to set the settings to get rid of the echo, and I finally got rid of it. So let me get back to the the current state of Wii U. There was something with the Wii U that they did and they want you to forget. You see, most people believe that the Nintendo itself didn't have any kind of discounts. They did. They did it twice. They did it with the Nintendo DS and they did it with the Wii U. They had a program similar to the PlayStation called the Platinum Deal. They called it Nintendo Select. The games were priced at $50, okay, which was cheaper than PlayStation at the time. $50 to about $20. Every single one, I would say almost every single one of their games, including Breath of the Wild, was under the Select system, under the Select program. So what it was is that you have something like, for instance, was it Super Mario 3D? Was it Super Mario 3D World? Was it with Bowser's Fury? Super Mario 3D World was $50. It goes discount to about $20. Then ported over to the Switch to about $60. So it's $10 more than what it originally was. A lot of people would defend that by saying that Bowser's Fury is in there. No, it should still probably be maybe less than what it is, because that's like a decade-old game. Okay, almost every single one of the Wii U games that was ported over to the Switch is a decade old. Okay, I mean, the one that they were pushing really hard and a lot of people were laughing about it, and rightly so, was the Donkey Kong HD collection. Oh, is it the HD edition? The one that was initially released on the Wii. A lot of people were laughing about that because now the hubris was starting to kick in, you know? This is where it all began. So let's talk about Doug Bowser. Okay. First of all, I just want to make it very clear. His name is it's like a gift and a curse. First of all, I would say that Doug, based off the Disney crappy cartoon, is one thing, but Bowser, I guess that kind of levels at the playing field. You know, it's kind of funny that he's got. And by the way, there's a reason why I brought up Disney and Nintendo. You now know why, because Doug was Disney and Bowser was Nintendo. That's why I brought it up. And I just thought that was freaking ironic. But either way, Doug basically pulled out a what I can describe as a channeling of hubris, and a lot of people were sensing out through his PR talk, if you want to call it that. Him and some other asshole who basically said that these are now variable prices. It's almost as if they've discovered video games for the first time. This is the kind of talk I would expect from a typical boomer, who probably were the same assholes who probably censored Mortal Kombat 1 back in the day and said that it was too violent for kids. But, you know, deep down, they wouldn't have done that because it would have made a lot more money if they hadn't done it, but they did it anyway. So it doesn't really matter.
But I wanted to change my background photo so that it looked like me when I was in audio mode.
All right. But either way, they knew they messed up. They knew that they basically said that, you know, what they're saying in addition to what Doug Bowser was saying was that these are variable prices. We're doubling down. We're going to make sure that people are going to, you know, buy these at $80. It won't be $90 because there's a lot of rumors going on around about the whole $90 thing. So I don't know. There's like rumors, and then there's like speculation whether they actually were going for $90.
So I think Donkey Kong's what, 70 or something like that, or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, okay.
They're not going to change the prices. If anything, they might raise the prices if the tariffs are to be true and if they do stand by what they actually say. Doug Bowser said, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, there's other options, guys. I mean, look, if you're poor, I understand if you're poor, we have a Switch One. This is exactly what Don Matrix said about the Xbox One. He said, yeah, we got it. There is another solution. He said this to Jeff O'Keefe at this time. I remember the reaction to Jeff O'Keefe. He was freaking pissed. He was like, so what do you say to all of, I remember the question exactly. It was like, what do you say to all of the people who cannot afford the Xbox One? And then Don Matrix said, well, it's clear. We do have other options, and it's quite clear. The answer is the Xbox 360. And then Jeff O'Keefe is like, oh, right. So you're saying if you're poor, just go for the Xbox 360. Is that what you're saying? No. Okay. I'm going to downplay it now. It's okay. It's okay. We might have some special deals on that. He knew he messed up. Doug Bowser, on the other hand, he's confident that he can stand by what he said because he's part of Nintendo. I mean, what is this? I mean, what are you doing? I mean, you're trying to downplay us, man? This is Nintendo. We can't do anything wrong. I mean, come on, man. I mean, this is. I mean, every person, they put sweat and blood and tears. You want to know a game that puts sweat and blood and tears in that game? It's called Elden Ring. That game is something that you haven't done. Or you want to know another game? It's called Pal World. You know, the company that you tried to sue, if not tried to, are suing. You know, they put a lot of passion into that game until you came along. You know, it's making perfect sense now. All of this is making goddamn perfect sense why they crack down on all of these immolated websites that are still around, by the way, and they've been putting millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars into like sending out freaking stormtroopers to take out all of these guys. They went out to some guy in Brazil, and they was like, "Hey man, how you doing? We're part of the Nintendo mafia. So it appears that you're doing something. Mary, he doesn't like it. So we're gonna give you a bag of money. How about that? Yeah, if we see you around here again, it's not gonna be right." And he goes, "All right, I'll take the money." Hey, you see, I like this guy. See, you see that? See, he took an offer that he couldn't refuse.
Are we on an episode of The Sopranos now? Because it seems like
Yeah, for real.
The only reason why I did that was because of Mario. He's Italian, and every time I think that Nintendo is like, doing all of these kind of crazy schemes. It's like, I can only imagine what kind of people that were out there trying to intimidate all of these. Look, some of these people, it was worth it. All right, I can understand. Most of these people deserved it. Some guy who was like selling ROMs at a premium and all of that. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, Nintendo can get you down for that because you're basically selling old emulator games, okay? But the real truth is that Nintendo is cracking down on these people. They're cracking down on them for one reason and one reason only. They want to take that space that they've only just discovered. It's called old games, emulator games. But the problem is that they don't put enough of those games in there, like a library. I know they've got the whole, the Nintendo Museum, but that's in Japan, okay? Unless they make one in America. Yeah, unless they make one in America, because I saw the entire library. I think they have the entire library of the Nintendo, all of the Nintendo games. All of them are in that museum library.
Yeah, that's the problem with this. That's the problem with this with both the Switches. Like, you get the you have the N64, the SNES, the Game Boy.
Dude, it's not even one third of
it, and it's just like
it's not even one third of the library.
Where are all the games at, man?
Exactly. What I mean? Yeah, it's not even one third of the library. It's absolutely insane. And they actually think that putting them behind an expansion pass, which by the way might actually work now that they've actually put GameCube in there, which is quite the contender. I mean, most people will say that, well, if they got my game in there, I mean, I didn't like Mario Sunshine, but I did like, what was it? Freaking, what was it called? Twilight Princess. I'd probably shell out of it. But this is the thing, though. Would you? All right, C4. Let me ask you this question. All right.
Yeah.
This is the Coyote now asking you right off the bat. Do you think the expansion pass is just them basically saying this is for rich people and the online is for poor people? Do you think that's what is happening here?
The online is. The expansion pass was never really that expensive to me anyway. Like, it's like I'm sure it's like 20 something pounds anyway. So for the year, So like expansion pass is I'm okay with anyway. Even the regular online, I'm fine with anyway because the yearly prices are not like expensive.
All right. So it's £20 a month, right?
No. So for the year, it's like
for the year.
Yeah, for the year, it's
£20 a year.
25. Yeah, I think it's like 23 a year or something like that.
23 to 20. So it's £23 a year or 25?
23, 25. I think it's one of the two. I'm sure it's between those two brackets. It's not more than 25. I know that for sure.
All right. So. The online pass is £12 to £16 a year.
Yeah. So the regular online pass is like, I think it's. Hold on. Let me just double check. I think it's like I think over here it's 13, 19.
Yeah, it depends on the deal. I mean, you can go to some places you could do it for about £12.
Yeah, here we go. So the online, online membership is online 12-month membership is $12.79.
Yeah, I was right. Yeah.
For the online Switch Plus, the expansion pack is $25.49. Yeah. So
it really does depend though, because if you buy it directly, it's more. It's like $16.99 for online. So why would you do that? I mean, if you're paying for the monthly, it's cheaper.
Yeah,
it's like
monthly,
yeah. So it's kind of weird that they did it that way. You'd think that it would be the other way around. Like, I don't know, like £5 a month, and then maybe, I don't know, £12. No, that's the thing. I don't know how they would. Maybe they thought about it. You see, that's the thing. It doesn't feel right if they're charging you £5 a month and it's like £12. Either way, most people, like common sense people should just go for the the 12-month. But it really does depend, because like if you're like going for the yearly one, I can understand if you're obliged to like not waste your money on it. But then again, it's like £12, so I don't know. I mean, that kind of might be an arrogant thing to say, because it's like, it's money. It's still money, but it's like you want to know that you want value for your money, which is more than what I could say about like, Nintendo right now. I mean, those defending like old prices of the SNES is one thing, and then basically saying, yeah, well, this is what it used to be.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
like,
that's what with that, though,
so
it's like,
it's like even those prices, even with those prices, that doesn't mean like the average buyer was going to buy them at that price. I mean, most people went to secondhand stores. They were around back in the 90s.
They were secondhand stores, yeah, exactly. They were like
exactly. I mean, most of my Super Nintendo games were secondhand. Same with the N64.
N64, GameCube, yeah, my games were like second.
Yeah, and they were very cheap. You could get them for about $3 to $5 for certain games. I'm not too sure about the UK, but back then, when I was back then in the States when I was still over there, that's pretty much what it was.
Those early times, those prices, they used to be, because a lot of those games, I think in those secondhand stores, it used to be like at least 10 to like 50% off. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Now it's barely any of that. It's just barely that now. Like, so.
Well, no, that's the thing. They've abolished it because they have a legacy. It's called the Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, all of the consoles that have come before it. They want to make sure that you actually pay a service for games that, quite frankly, should be free. Okay, they should be free. The only reason why most people make the exception for Nintendo is because they kind of do things professionally. Most times, okay, they do things professionally, and most people are happy with their service. I trust Nintendo with my credit card more than I would ever trust PlayStation, Sony with my credit card. Yeah, you know why? Okay, I mean, and it's not even. I'm not even talking about the 2011 hack. I mean, that was the reason. That was the main reason why I revoked my credit card from there. I mean, the moment I saw that happening, I said, "Wow! If they can hack Sony, they can get my credit card details. Yeah. Forget it. I mean, that is it. It's
so many hacks in Sony anyway. Like it's been.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. There's been quite a few hacks. They're just trying to hide.
Hold on, repeat that, Joe. I didn't hear you.
There's been more than one hack with Sony.
Oh yeah. How many hacks have they had? I mean, the 2011 was the first one. That was the big one, and then PlayStation 4 had one. You remember? PlayStation 4 and Xbox was hacked. I think it was like literally on the day that it was launched. And then what else? That was the Xbox recovered quite quickly. I think it was like within less than 2. Yeah, exactly. That's how you can tell that they were serious about security. And Sony,
Microsoft have always been key on like security. So I really respect them for that.
And the customer service is great. Sony's is crap. It's garbage. It's absolutely good. Let me give you a perfect example of Sony's customer service as compared to Xbox. I don't know. Maybe things have changed now, but this was back during the prime of PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. And maybe Microsoft, no, I think they've always been like this. I was going to use the excuse, maybe they were being nice because they know they're on the losing side because of PlayStation 4 kicking their ass. But I think they generally are just like a good service. And with Sony, what it was is that they had a shitty freaking website. Okay, they had a crappy website that basically, I hope I can swear, by the way, on here, or you're going to have to beep it. It's okay. But they had a really bad like a payment system where you actually would, you know how you you upgrade your subscription, right? You want to put a subscription for your PlayStation Plus. This is back when I was doing that. Now I'm just a PC gamer. I haven't gone back to PlayStation since 2017. Okay, the last PlayStation console I had was the PS4. I'd never bought the PS5 because A, they were scalped, and B, I had the money for it, but then I used that for a gaming PC. So in a way, I'm kind of grateful for Sony for wasting my time. So I basically used that money to just basically contribute it to a gaming PC, and I've never looked back since. And I've just been building up my Steam Deck. But either way, I subscribed to Sony, right? And what it was is that their website on the PlayStation console lagged, and I didn't know if the subscription went through, so I did it again, and I found out that I paid it twice because of their crappy garbage website on the PlayStation console, because the PlayStation was almost as bad as the eShop on Nintendo Switch. It just had so much lag. So I then I called PayPal and said, hey, look, could you cancel one of them? What did Sony do? Because PayPal, they said, all right, we'll cancel one of the subscriptions, because I only wanted one subscription, 1 month, right?
Yeah.
What did Sony do? They banned me. They banned me for getting a refund on the. It was temporary. It was temporary because I explained to them the reason why I revoked it is because your crappy website basically took 2 payments, and maybe that was intentional, but that's what happened, and I got my money back, and then they suspended me. But they said it was a permanent suspension because, we don't like it when you take your money back. We don't like that. That's our money, and I'm like, no, that's my money, Sony. That's my money. Okay, don't do that crap. Okay, I put 2 amounts of subscriptions on there. Okay, so what I want to do is just get one of them, and then okay, well, we'll unban you. We understand. We get it. This is how impulsive Sony is to ban you. This is how this is insanely impulsive. This is how bad and incompetent pieces of shit that these service motherfuckers over there. It makes me angry just now, right now. They are literally the glory hole servers of the service of customer service, right?
Yeah.
Now let's look in the direction of Xbox, right? Microsoft, right? What was it? I had a 5 to 6 month subscription, and I was just inactive. I hadn't been on the Xbox in quite a while, so I had been inactive while I was paying for 6 months, right? And then I called up Microsoft and go, oh, I just realized I've been paying you guys for 6 months. I made a joke over it. Oh my god, I better stop right now. And they said, you know what? We'll pay you all of the subscriptions that you weren't there for. So they basically refunded me all of the inactivity that I wasn't there for. So I got all my money back. That's Microsoft. They would do that even. I'm pretty sure they would do that today.
No, they would. It sucks because with the things about Microsoft now is they could have been in the position that they could. I feel like they were basically Sony at one point when the 360 came out. If they just stuck with that formula, they would have been solid, and it would have been continued. It would have been good.
Wait, what generation are we talking about, though?
I'm talking about the 360 PS3 era. That era.
Yeah.
They stuck with that and just
they ran with
that. It would have Xbox One would have been fine. Series S would have been full. They would have been smooth sailings, but
there was a lot of problems.
Tony, Retro wants to know from Tony if he thinks that Zelda movie or the Mario movie 2 will be good.
Yes, I will. In accordance to the statistics of what has happened with the Minecraft movie, I think we are now in the new era of movies being based off video games. I think it's official now. I think we are now near, if not close to the golden age of video game movie adaptations. And the only reason why I say that is because movies like Street Fighter is coming out. Mortal Kombat 2 is also in the works. That Metal Gear Solid, I don't know if that's still going on with Oscar Isaac or if they've actually canceled that.
They should still be doing it.
I mean, I know Oscar Isaac, he was fully invested into that. And I mean, look at it. I mean, he was in Dune and all of that. And he said all of this about Metal Gear Solid before Dune even came out. I mean, we're talking maybe 3-4 years later, or maybe even 5. And keep in mind, Hideo Kojima was strongly for it as well. And I think he's actually involved in the project as well. My guess is that it more than likely might be based off the first game, Shadow Moses, Metal Gear Solid. I think that might be the safer bet at least. It could also be the reason why they delayed Metal Gear Solid as well, but I doubt that. I think they just wanted to polish it personally.
The movie would be cool because in the video game stage, that video game has always had some of the best QBC fight scenes that you can see in the game. And imagining what you could do for a movie would be quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna. I believe, if I've got it right, the person that was going to be behind the movie for Metal Gear Solid was going to be the guy that directed Kong. And he is a huge fan, from what I've understood, of the Metal Gear Solid games. So he understands a thing or two. He's not a hack like I don't know, Paul Feig, with Ghostbusters and all that crap. People who basically have an ego and then basically say that they want to make movies their way. Like Ryan Johnson. We got to get rid of those sons of bitches right now. I mean, I'm sick of that shit. I mean, it's dead on arrival when you say things like that. I mean, it's the same with 343 when they basically were hunting down people who didn't want to make Halo. We got to get rid of people who are just that arrogant. That level of arrogance needs to be taken away.
It's like I always take this quote from Henry Cavill.
Empire and just point a Death Star at everyone that has a creative idea.
Well, like, you know what I'm saying? You may fire him ready. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get me? But no, it's true. Like, it's like what Henry Cavill has always said this about films,
Space Marines,
movies, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When it comes to movies and shows, like, fans have a right to be critical about these things.
Yes.
They are close to our heart. This is what we've grown up with. So if you've made a book out, if you've given us a book or a game, and you want to turn it into a movie or a show, we want you to stick to the code. Now, we don't mind you bringing in new ideas to make it a bit more modern or whatever the times may be. That's cool. We're not saying not do that. Bring some creative tool towards it as a director, as a producer.
We need to get rid of. I got a new script for you guys. We got to.
Yeah, go for it. What is it?
We got to get rid of Tony Gilroy, guys. We can't let Andor season 2 come out because I just
it's too late, dude.
What's happening?
I just heard today, and I can't say the actual word because I'll get shadow banned.
Yeah,
I'm going to word it to you guys in a way that you'll understand.
Yeah.
So I have heard that because of that Kathleen Cunt and Tony Gilroy are going to introduce Grape to Andor season 2.
You cannot be fucking serious. You cannot be serious, man.
No.
I am
Holy shit.
No.
Yep.
No.
I heard it today.
Oh my god.
I was like,
oh my god.
Nah, Star Wars. No.
Wow.
Because the thing is, it makes sense because even in the Acolyte, didn't they had that little scene where my man was naked and Osha was looking.
I love you literally said. I love that you just literally said it makes sense. And it was
but this is what, bro. Like, I hate to say this shit. I hate to say this.
Yeah.
The Acolyte scene that makes it kind of adds on to. I'm like, looking back, I'm like, this is what they're flirting with it.
Oh my god.
Star Wars was meant for 12-year-olds and families.
Those days are over, dude. Those days are over.
Star Wars was the kids in a hug. It was not meant to go further than that.
I don't even want to talk about Star Wars like, I hate this. This is annoying me. I just want to leave Star Wars where it is and just talk about other things.
I'm going to be honest. I know I did a reaction to the trailer. I don't think I can watch Andor season 2. I don't think I can do it.
I'm going to be frank with you. I did watch the first episode, but I couldn't get into Andor. I really couldn't get into it. I'm surprised that it actually did get a second season.
It doesn't feel like Star Wars. It feels like they're trying to make
it. Felt like Blade Runner to me.
It feels like Blade Runner, but not as good. And it feels like they're trying to make it. My problem with it is that they made the Empire a joke. They made the Empire look lame.
Yeah, the Empire was just doing a bit too much talking for me personally. That's the part I was made about.
Female officer that's climbed through the ranks, and she's so annoying. Like, attacks at work. They're trying to make Star Wars
the other one
realistic. Like they're trying to. Oh look, this happens in the workplace. Oh look, this happens in.
I mean, I liked them. What's the other woman's name that was in Andor? She was cool. I liked her, the other Imperial. She was good.
Yeah, the other chick was good. And they think in season 2 because they're bringing in Saw Gerrera and Krennic and
why are they, bro? If they do this, Star Wars name is now tainted forever. It's tainted.
It's already tainted, dude. It's already tainted, dude. I mean, you're talking about Acolyte that basically already made that clear. It's like tainted. We're talking tarnished.
But I'm talking tainted in like in the context of like actual real like
how do you
put something like that in there? How?
Because they know it's already. Maybe they just know they don't care, and they just know for a fact that no one gives a crap, and they're just using it for their own self-convenience. This movie called Grogu and was it The Mandalorian? Yeah, The DeLorean. I personally think that's going to flop.
Well, yeah,
I don't think anyone.
We have sources that it's literally just going to be an extended episode of Mando and of the Mandalorian. Like that's all it is.
Which is what Mandalorian should have been to begin with. I mean, wasn't that supposed to be like a movie? I mean, initially it was supposed to be the Boba Fett movie, and then they split it into two, didn't they?
Oh yeah, we got to talk about this too. So apparently, we have a report that Robert Pattinson is gonna maybe join Dune 3.
Yeah.
I guess according to Retrolad, apparently
That's interesting.
Apparently it says, guys, thoughts on Dune 3 might be having Robert Pattinson with it. Will it affect the Batman 2 and 3? He's getting old.
No.
I mean,
I don't think
No. He's fine. He's
in his late 30s.
I'm gonna tell you something straight up. I'm gonna, because they in the Batman movies they've said they were going with the younger Batman, then they're gonna age gap it. I'm gonna say something, and I know I'm vocalized the same. I'm a fan of the first Batman movie. I like the Batman.
Well, Michael Keaton.
I'm gonna say it right now. If we want this James Gunn universe to thrive, and they're gonna keep doing this shit with the delays and all the nonsense that's going on, and I know Matt Reeves is a good director. I know he has a good vision, and I want to see his vision very much, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna be honest. They need to cancel the Batman 2. It is over.
When was it supposed to come out?
Next year.
Initially. It was supposed to come out next year.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
Like,
I mean, if anything, I don't know. I mean, it really does depend if the interest is still there. I mean, I guess it's up to Warner Brothers at the end of the day. They get the final say.
You know, they keep saying they want to. The Penguins, their hit show. So you think they'll do Penguin season 2? They can't. Do
Penguin they won't.
2 till the Batman 2 comes out, and it's
exactly.
And so, how are you going to do that when it doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, I see what you mean. So what, are you saying that because, quite frankly, we've got James Gunn and the attention is going to be put on him and the DCU, and the Elseworld is going to be a distraction?
They're going to make a new Batman, and if the new Batman is a better actor than Robert Pattinson, then it's over.
Well, technically, we had 3 Batman universes. We had the Walking Phoenix, which is finally done and dealt with, and then we got the Batman, and then we got the one that's called the Brave and the Bold.
But there's a Batman for Brave and the Bold that stands alongside David Cornsweet's Superman. So, So and once that happens, I know they want to do Elseworlds and they want to have individual stories, but if they do not get this movie made, people are going to lose interest.
What, the Batman, Brave and the Bold?
Well, no, the Brave and the Bold, that movie's going to happen soon. Whatever. I'm talking about, like, they have delayed this Batman, Matt Reeves, Robert Pattinson movie, but Robert keeps signing on to new projects that's going to affect.
Yeah, like the Odyssey, now Dune, could potentially do.
I don't blame. There's a part of me that doesn't. I don't blame him for doing that because he just wants to get more work. But at the same time, he has been like this even during the actual production of the Batman, because I think there was like talks about him not working out, and the fact that did you guys hear about this? Where like the Matt Reeves, I think he was getting pissed off with him with Robert Pattinson because he didn't want to work out, so he was skinny, and he didn't want to get muscles or anything like the fitness trainer was like he didn't turn up, man. I don't know where he is, man. And then like he would just like be really complacent, and then he would just like come up with like excuses why he didn't turn up. He would come in late as well. At least from what I remember hearing, he was just kind of a bit of a pain to work with. And that was the reason. And by the way, it's funny how I'm talking like this because I remember Valkyrie. I don't know if you guys know about this, but Valkyrie, some e-girl, a thought. That's what she is, okay? Basically, was calling out Jason Momoa in Minecraft, and they cut her out of the movie. Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, Valkyrie. I
thought that was funny because, like, who the heck are you? Who are you? Who the hell hell are you? I mean, we understand Jason Momoa. He's got like a history of films. We understand where he's coming from, but who the heck are you? You think you can cancel Jason Momoa? He probably made the call to get rid of this bitch.
Here's the thing, Chosen, I see what you're saying over there. They do not take this film seriously. They've had, I'm sick of the argument, oh, the script is so good, but it's not done yet. James Gunn hasn't seen the script for this movie, and he's meant to be in control of all DC, not just the DC studios.
All right, wait, hold on. Let me hold you right there. Now, do you think there is a possibility, and I'm being serious about this, do you think there's a possibility that Matt Reeves wants to be in the James Gunn universe?
It is possible.
It's possible, but he has stated like many times.
Well, here's what I will say. This is why I'm okay with them canceling the Batman 2. Because I have a new opinion that's been floating around, right? I'm seeing all these fan castings for new Batman actors, but I'm going to be completely honest. I'm sick of seeing new Batman recastings. I know we did it with Superman. I get it. But if people like what we're getting with Pattinson, why can't we just take what we've done with the Matt Reeves universe and just bring Pattinson over? Because
I agree. But
it just doesn't work. I don't know.
I think the answer to that is simple. With Brave and the Bold, it's supposed to be an older Batman, and I think this version of Batman is supposed to be older than Superman, alongside with Damian Wayne, who is supposed to be present.
He's getting up there in age, so you could write that where he's older. Like,
sure.
You could make Batman look older. You could make it. Make it
work. But
if they ever did the Batman 2. I mean, he's going to be at least 40 by the time the Batman.
Yeah, I mean, the Batman they're going for in James Gunn's universe, I believe, is supposed to be in his late 40s, and Damian Wayne might be about 10, 12, maybe.
If they did go that route, if they went late 40s based on what's going on with the Batman 2 right now, and Pattinson keeps joining up more franchises. Okay, I'm going to say that this once. One thing I will say that I am a little disappointed about the fact that I think that if I was to allow a recasting to happen for Batman, I'll say this: it is very irritating that acting-wise, Pattinson's done a great job with his version of Batman.
Yeah, he was great.
But I'll be honest, when you're entering the DCU and we're fighting like aliens, gods, monsters, whatever, that not working out. That's not.
I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, I don't know. You see, Robert Pattinson, if he could have done that, he would have probably have been taken into the MCU at this point. You know, it's funny because he was in Harry Potter, so he is used to that kind of stuff, like magic and all of that kind of stuff. So I don't know. He's matured quite a bit since then. I mean, he was in Tenet with Christopher Nolan's movie Tenet, but he was a supporting role, so that was science fiction. So it's not that he's shying away from it, it's just that he takes it very, very seriously. He's very mature in the roles that he actually picks. So I don't know, I mean, it's not like, I mean look at the guy who was the Barbie Ken, the guy that played Ken. He was in freaking Blade Runner 2049. That's like one of his most serious roles. Yeah. So he's pretty flexible. I mean, it shocked me when I saw him in Barbie. I was like, wow, this is real loose.
No one takes, like with the Batman 2, no one takes it more seriously than I do. Like, what I love Matt Reeves' universe to continue, absolutely, but nobody's talking about it right now. At CinemaCon, if this movie was going to happen, they should have made a splash, and they should have went and said, hey, our next film you guys are really looking forward to is Batman 2, and look at what we have to tell you guys about it.
Like a little teaser or something.
Because this movie has been delayed multiple times. Now, look,
that's right.
I understood the writer's strike. I understood
writer's strike. That's right.
I get it. But we've moved past that now. Now I've heard.
Have we?
Now I've heard. Oh, Matt Reeves has health issues. I guess he had some problems. Something was going on with his life that was preventing him from making the film. But then why?
Joe, those strikes are still happening today. They're still happening to this very day. It's different now.
Yeah,
But it's
it's a
still
lot.
happening.
It's not. Yeah, it's still happening.
It's-
Yeah, it's not.
It's
I
like
understand
voice
how-
actors. Isn't it the voice actors strike now? Like the anime voice actors.
I don't understand how in this situation with a live action movie, how with the success rate of the Batman 1. Now, yes, there are people that are willing to wait for good things. It took a long time for people to get the third Toy Story, right? Like, it was a long time, but when it happened, everyone loved it and they were happy with that conclusion.
Oh, it should have ended there.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
then
should've.
you look at like some situations, like nowadays and days, you look at like especially as us as YouTubers, people's attention span. If you can't get people to watch a 10-minute, maybe 11-minute, close to like 12-minute or more video, how are you going to get people to wait 3, 4, 5 years for a sequel? They're intrigued.
Well, here's the answer to that question. It's called skibbity. That's what it is. 5-second videos that you see on was it TikTok and everything like that. I mean, this is what most people. It's funny because people made memes out of this a long time ago, like 1-minute movies and 5-second movies. People are doing this now because they know for a fact that most people, and it's the same with games, by the way. Nothing lasts forever anymore. Now it's like you've only got like maybe less than 24 hours to get your stuff sold, and then someone else takes your place. That's basically what the market's now like.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying is when you look at like the age of streaming, right?
Yep.
Streaming shows. Look at Invincible. Invincible is a great show, great example.
Oh yeah.
This last season, really good stuff.
Until IGN gave it a 4. They gave it like a really crappy score, and it was like people were like, "What the hell?" This is why they don't take it seriously.
The last season, they did this thing where they released some episodes, and then they went on break. And even with
this was a full-on. Yeah, they didn't stop with that. Yeah.
Even with the marketing, you see this with a lot of other streaming shows too. That break killed that show because that break, nobody was talking about Invincible. There's nothing going on, no marketing, and even if there is marketing, it's the whole attention span thing. It's the thing that we did not wait this amount of time for these projects because if we do, people will lose interest.
Okay, so what would you say the time limit for a project, at least far from as opposed from the sequel when it's released? How long should it take for a sequel to be released in this current modern age?
So if the Batman came out, let's see, Batman came out in 2022.
Yeah.
2025.
I would say Batman 2 should be released in 2025.
Yeah.
Because with the year we had it already. Because there was time to prepare. Now, yes, we're not living in the same world. I know we had a lot of issues from that time to now, but there still should have been a way. At minimum, if they're like, okay, it's not going to come out in 2025, okay, 2026 because of all the issues, maybe a year extra just to get it figured out, I could accept that. But
the reason why I said that it's not going to happen in 2026 is because they would have released a trailer by now.
Yeah, exactly.
There would have been a teaser.
Sequels take about 2 or 3 years. Exactly. Retroactive gets it. But it's longer because let's see, Batman came out 2022. We are now in 2025. It is literally, they're saying this movie's coming out in 2027. Also, I don't want to bring this notion to you guys. I'm sure you guys have already figured this out.
Mm-hmm.
If a miracle happens and Doomsday gets pushed to 2028, I'm just gonna say, well, no, it'd be Secret Wars because Doomsday is meant to come out in 2026, right?
Yeah, next year.
Yeah. Okay. So then that changes it even more. So then the way you look at it is, okay, that's real funny. You're gonna release a standalone Batman solo movie.
Yeah, it doesn't stand a chance against Doomsday. It doesn't.
Same year that Secret Wars is gonna come out, supposedly. Like,
That's why if it was to come out next year, it would have a bit of space and a break from that.
Well, I think the only year that they could choose is 2027, which I would assume is where they put Spider-Man 4 in. If that is still being worked, if that's being
worked. Spider-Man 4 is 2026.
Doomsday and Spider-Man 4 are both coming out in 2026. So.
Right. Okay. So then 2027 would be the only year to release
Like,
Batman.
pretty much would
2.
have a break from it.
But like you said, Joe, this is quite a distance from the sequel.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what they did with Mad Max, The Fury Road, and then they made like, what was it, that other one? Furiosa, which was like a decade later.
Decade later,
Yeah.
basically.
It was too late. It was way too late. That they should
And the
have done
thing
it
is,
like
as well, with the Batman, they said they wanted it to be a few weeks after the first one. So now I'm thinking there's no point of doing that. You might as well time skip at least a year.
It has to
or
be
two.
like a good couple of years.
Yeah, like that's the time. So you might as well time skip now. They might as well do that.
Their plans. They have to adjust their plan because now their plan is not looking good for them because their plan right now has it coming out and it's going to get slaughtered and nobody's going to care about it. Because I'm sorry, I love DC. No one cares about Robert Pattinson's Batman when 3 Spider-Man, Wolverine, and fucking Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider are all balancing out on
They're going the whole way.
they're
They're definitely going to go the whole way with the cameos.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. We're just being honest. It's not. Nobody's going to care about Robert Pattinson facing Two-Face and Mr. Freeze and whoever else when you're Doom fighting the Avengers, the X-Men, and the Fantastic Four, and whatever fucking other teams are in that movie. Like,
I don't know. I mean, it might work. I mean, when you look at what the MCU was doing between 2015 and 2016, Warner Brothers was being really aggressive, like with was it the Suicide Squad and Batman v Superman? They were technically connected if you watched them back to back, and they did reference each other. And I think they were supposed to be happening, if not after or like during the same time. But the problem is that there wasn't a plan after the Suicide Squad. There wasn't really a plan after that. They had something there.
I know that people are burned out on Marvel with a lot of the stuff that has gone on, but like I think the thing that people need to remember is I've seen, based on data, even if standalone movies won't do well, people will always show up for those event films.
Well, back then they would, but today it's not as easy as it used to be because they've kind of ruined their reputation with Phase 4 and 5.
But I think No Way Home proved that I think that those people are still out there. And I think
but No Way Home was like a one-trick pony. People probably won't watch that again today because what was it? They watched it because they couldn't believe that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield were in the same universe with Tom Holland, right?
Yeah.
Now that they've seen that, they probably don't want to see it anymore because it was like, hey, look, you did that thing, but we're not going to watch that anymore because we kind of know what the whole thing was. They probably didn't even know what the plot was. They didn't care about Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange. He was just there to do his thing. And that was great, because it's like, hey, look, it's that guy from Avengers Endgame. You remember him, the one that stuck his finger out and then got Iron Man killed? Him, that's that guy. They basically like looked at that guy and said, oh, yeah, it's Doctor Strange. Okay, that's great. Anyway, so where's Tobey Maguire,
Yeah, no, I get that, but I still think that, like, times aside, like, Marvel's problems, like, they are still following and lingering with them, but I feel like if they really get the more, like, because here's the thing, okay? If Marvel is as dead as people say it is, you look at the numbers from the people
I wouldn't say it's dead.
It's just not dead, far from that.
Over people watching fucking chairs with names on them.
For 5 hours.
Numbers, the MCU still moves mountains. There is still a fan base out there that over a cast chair reveal, which is the dumbest reveal I've ever heard for a casting ever. For a movie.
I have this theory that they were waiting for Robert Downey Jr. and that's why everyone was just waiting because they knew he was going to be there. I mean, they knew it, but it's so freaking cringe that they actually did that. They literally paused each chair for, what was it, like an hour? Yeah. It's freaking crazy. I mean, you just try doing that with Warner Brothers and DC. It wouldn't work, man.
There were content creators making videos during the live stream being like, oh my gosh, this is the stupidest thing ever.
It is. It really is, though.
And then you're just like, even the biggest Marvel fanboys, the biggest shills, the biggest people were pissed about this event. Yet this event moved mountains. they moved absolute mountains, and it was trending. It was crazy. But you know what's even crazier? Marvel Studios is losing to its own IP because CinemaCon was dominated by nothing Marvel Studios, by fucking Marvel Rivals.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
That is actually kind of funny.
Five Cosmetics is killing the MCU.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. But
honestly,
and by the way, say goodbye to Overwatch because does anyone even give a crap? What is Overwatch just disappeared? They have self-imploded.
Pretty much. I don't think nobody pretty much plays. I mean, there's still some diehards that probably will still play it. You know.
Yeah. Well, good luck to them. I really do wish them the best of luck because, quite frankly, they'll be playing alone because unless they do Overwatch 3 and really up their game, because they're going to have to aggressively go up again. They're not going away. Marvel Rivals is not going away, and they have done some sexy skins with those characters. I mean, they look great.
Not only is it not going away, but after this next, after the next thing that they did, after the next season that they got coming out now,
season
every month characters, every month
characters.
Wow!
Season 3.
Think. I mean, compare that to Overwatch. Sense. How many characters would they release in 1 year? Like 3?
I don't know.
Yeah, about 3, I think.
3 would be the max, I think. And that's if you're lucky. Sometimes it would be like, I mean, what was it with Overwatch 1? They didn't release any characters for like the last 5 years. And then Overwatch 2 comes out.
They had to do it at cinema. They had to do it at Comic-Con San Diego because that was Marvel's return to. They had not been to Comic-Con in a long time, so that's why they did it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
I still think it does matter that people watched a chair stream. Like it does. It does still matter that there is a chair stream.
I just don't want to see. I don't want to ever see anything like that ever again in my life. I don't want to. I don't want to do it. This is what we've stooped down to now. Just watching people's, ass accessories. That's what it is. That's an ass accessory. And they're just filming things. It's just ridiculous.
Retro wants to know about if you're ready for Last of Us.
Season 2.
I know that's a joke.
Honestly.
He's joking. Retro Lad is joking.
I heard episode 1 is the Abby origin episode, so.
Well, I don't want to. I don't think anyone wants to put themselves through the pain, unless people haven't actually played the game. Then they're in for a shock. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
bro, I'm really sad though too, because one thing I'm super nervous about this season is oh man, I know we're living in a resurgence, but this is happening anyway. But I don't even know how anyone can support this show because, man, dude, I'm gonna tell you the fucking this actress, the moment she shows up, she's getting violent DMs like at her door, like the moment that
the one that's playing Abby.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I feel bad. I really feel bad for her, man.
No, it's mad.
Like,
it's not her fault.
It's not her fault. It's just how they wrote her.
It's so messed up, man.
Actress just get like absolutely destroyed. Like what happened to her? Like,
she got family, she got death threats, she got all of that stuff, and it's just like,
what in the holy shit, man?
Yeah, like the voice actor for Abby in the.
I remember hearing about. Man, that's messed up, man.
She got death threats. It's crazy.
No. Like, the fault is on Neil Cuckman. That's the only guy I'm pissed off with. I got nothing against the voice actors. They're just doing their job. No. That's fine. I mean, I already saw Descent coming a long way with Nadine. You remember Nadine in Uncharted 4? Yeah. I remember thinking to myself, why is Nate getting his ass handed to himself by this woman? I mean, what is this?
I didn't mind Nadine, to be fair.
No, she should have been like a villain, all right? But they did this thing where it's like, you gotta feel sorry for her because
she's like the side,
I guess you could call her. It's weird because
when you think about it, Rafe was the main guy, like you know. What I mean? Like,
but I don't know, man. It's weird. It's like that's cheating. This is cheating. Okay, you're either a villain or you're not a villain. Okay, you know what I mean? Stop.
Yeah.
They're fucking with our heads, man. They're fucking with us, man. She should have been a villain. And they didn't want to go the whole way with it because I know fucking Neil Cuckman was like, no, you got to feel sorry for this woman. Don't touch her. Don't you? She could kick your ass. But throw you out the window. You know what I mean? No, they cheated. They cheated, and that's just unacceptable.
No.
You know when
I
we
think,
yeah.
I think with The Last of Us season 2, man, honestly, like I'll watch it. You know what I'm saying? Because the first season was good.
I wish you the best of luck. I'm not gonna. I can't. I couldn't.
It sucks because like the reason why I kind of want to see how it. Obviously, we know what's gonna happen, but I feel like.
Do we? They might change it. I mean, look what they did with Bill.
Yeah, true.
Do you guys think that they're going to like in the show? Do you think they're gonna basically go and like basically take the like because I know Pedro Pascal's had an incredibly busy year with Mando and Grogu and
he's in what is it? He's
Like, are they gonna literally just like are they gonna ride this out and just like make people wait? Or you think
I think they will. I think they will trickle it into two parts. I think because they know for a fact. Look, they ain't gonna be the Last of Us Part 3 ain't happening. It's not gonna happen. Okay, that's not gonna happen. They made it very clear that that's not gonna happen. It's over. Okay, he ain't gonna do it. The Last of Us Part 3. He's not gonna do it.
That's why he's focusing on that new game he's done.
To make it be like the very last.
What, Intergalactic?
Yeah, they're gonna have to do something where it's the very last thing they do, because they literally have the biggest problem we run into in my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel about this.
Yeah.
The moment Joel's killed, this show is done. Like.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like the moment.
I don't know. I mean, you remember they gave him the flashbacks. Remember that? There was flashbacks in it. So
but
they will
mess
with so he probably will be killed, but he's still gonna have those. It's gonna be so cheap though, man. It's gonna be so freaking cheap.
It's gonna be silly.
But the people that hate the second game, the people that hate the second game, are coming for this show. Like they are. It's gonna be bad.
The thing is, the second game looks like it has the better gameplay. I ain't really played it myself in it because I do want to play it just because of the gameplay. For that main reason, because I heard the game.
The only thing I would give credit to The Last of Us Part 2 is that it is a very, very beautiful looking game.
Yeah.
But then again, so was Red Dead Redemption 2. So I mean, I'm just saying,
it's just the story. Like if I didn't see that leak from when it first came, but that person who leaked the story and whatnot kind of did save.
Oh, you mean the disgruntled employee?
On YouTube. So
well, guess we'll never know. I don't know if that person got sued. I don't know if that person probably just made.
I don't even know.
Well, I don't know. Maybe this was like a Luigi situation. Like they just had nothing to lose. I don't know. Who the heck knows, man? Because what they did, or she did, was so big that they probably wanted to take the whole thing down. I mean, when you work in a company like Naughty Dog, why would you do that? You would want to stay there, right?
Yeah.
So this must have been exactly. So you would want to you would probably want to make sure that you would want to do everything in your power to appease everybody. Someone did not like Neil Cuckman. That is the bottom line. Okay,
some inside stuff was happening that they can't obviously put out to the public.
Because the person before was Bruce Strangley, right? Bruce Strangley was the guy that actually was running the place. He was the founder of the Naughty Dog studio. Amy Hennig was the mother. She was like the godmother of the whole entire thing. She made the theme, the tone, and the feeling of all of these universes, all of these worlds that she created in the stories. It's because of her. I call it the video game version of at least I call it the video game J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, I remember seeing I think even earlier this week they already gave I don't know what press screenings they had, but they already had people giving early reviews, and the early reviews I was not expecting the early reviews to be as strong as season 1, because there were some people with season 1 that I know you had some people that are still against this show.
Well, they still have bad taste in their mouth from the game. They know exactly what I say. The gamers, they know exactly what to expect from this. But again, it's people who haven't actually played the game, and they're probably going in blind, or like going in clueless. They probably have a good understanding of what the game is. So I wouldn't say they're going in blind. They're just like they probably know who these characters are, but they didn't play the game, and now they actually want to watch it. It's kind of like with Arcane, where like Arcane explains the whole entire origins and the stories and all the characters from League of Legends. Yeah, and I've never played League of Legends, so that's right up my alley. So I would be watching that to understand who these characters are. I have a kind of a good understanding of who Jinx is. She's just some crazy woman, like she's some crazy girl, and she kind of resembles Harley Quinn, but she's like more deadlier than Harley Quinn, I would say. Like she's like suicidal and all that. It's got that nice good punk rock style about it.
Yeah, I really like Arcane. I finished it. I think it's great. A great.
Was season 2 good?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's great. I'll give it a go. They got a fighting game as well. I forgot what it was called. There was a fighting game of League of Legends. It's got the same. I think it's got the same. Yeah, I think it's got the same characters from Arcane and League of Legends.
What's this?
I forgot what it was called. It's a fighting game. It's the fighting game based off the League of Legends characters. It's the exact same thing. It's cool. Like cell shaded. They've been working on it for a long time. I actually wanted to give that a go.
Sorry, I was getting pissed off because Retro had just shared news in the chat that I'm not happy about.
Oh man.
The Batman 2 has been delayed another 6 months. March 2028 now.
Oh, forget it. Yeah, all right. I can see you're frustrated. I can see. I can see where he's coming from. That's way too long. Forget that, man. Forget it. You might as well reboot the damn thing, man. You might as well reboot the movie at that point. 2028. You're coming close to You're coming close near to the end of the 2020s. So you want to release it right then.
Has that been confirmed though? Because I don't.
Let me see if I can find any source. Retrolab, where did you find that out from?
That is crazy, dude.
I'm still seeing 2027 October.
No, I just don't see it happening, dude. I think that's more.
But if they delay it to 2028, that's going to be a real big problem.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, because like the novelty would have worn off. Most people wouldn't care anymore, and people have already moved on. You're not going to have like the same people invested in.
Plus, we're going to have other DC films coming out as well around that time, anyway. So
I would say, by 2028, there's a likely chance that Justice League would have already have happened. With James Gunn.
That's absurd.
True. They might as well make it a standalone and tell Robert Pattinson, you know what? Let's put you in the DCU. Might as well. I know they wanted someone older for that for the Justice League and DCU Batman, but there's no point now. You might as well have them around the same age, doing the similar ages, doing the similar stuff. Like, you get me?
This is the reason why I said Robert Pattinson might as well just be in James Gunn.
I don't know, man. This is
exactly what I'm saying. It's much better. The moment that I know people they want to do Elseworlds, they should have canned these Elseworld stories they did when James Gunn took over. And they
Joe, I wasn't even a fan of it to begin with. I was okay with the Joker movie. But I always thought that maybe I was always thinking this Batman thing, the Batman, they might as well just have Robert Pattinson ready for the MCU, the DC James Gunn's universe, the James Gunn's DCU. That's what they should have just done. They should have just preserved them and got them ready for it.
Pretty much.
I mean,
is Blue Beetle going to be still part of the James Gunn DCU?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
That's still happening. They're doing it.
That's still happening. They're working on number 2 in it. They should be anyway. So
yeah.
Is anyone from like James Gunn's DCU going to be in the second Blue Beetle movie?
I'm not too sure.
We don't know too much about the point because we know they're doing an animated project first, and then they're going to do something live action.
Okay.
Oh, you sent something in the Legion chat? All right, let me see what you said. I have my phone.
I got problems with Blue Beetle's suit. I still think it looks like Deadpool with a bit of Ant-Man in it. It's like a combination of things we've already seen. You know what I mean? Because it's CG.
But you think they can, right?
Well, they can upgrade it. Like, like with Iron Man 2, his suit kept on changing. So I would assume that the same could probably be done here. This probably isn't like going to be the same looking suit. Otherwise, that's going to be lazy. Because that's the one thing that they did with the MCU characters. They kept changing their suits. They kept keeping them fresh, you know, and that was pretty good, you know.
Yeah, I think with the Blue Beetle, I think with a lot of DCU characters, they're gonna have to start changing suits and whatnot. So just to keep things.
Well, I had a discussion with Retrolad, and he believes that James Gunn's Superman, this current one right now that's being released, he believes that that's not the final suit that he wears. That's not his final suit.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah.
Really? Huh. You know, that's interesting because I have a lot of problems with that suit because you could probably pour water right through his neck.
Oh my
do you see the hole? Do you see how much air is like? It's just like it doesn't feel right. They messed up the neck area.
I don't necessarily have a crazy problem with the suit because remember this is Superman's early years, so I'm expecting them to change up the suit at some point.
Look, if it's like if this is like Spider-Man when he made his crappy suit in Homecoming, and then Tony Stark gave him that new suit. If it's like that, then okay, fine. I will go with that. But if this is like his actual suit, then there's a big problem. They need to improve that
because the thing
suit.
is, James Gunn hasn't even confirmed this is the final suit. Of this is the rest of it, so I don't know, and he's normally good about confirming things like that. So, yeah.
Well,
Retro, you know that moment in Blue Beetle when he had the sword, it kind of reminded me of Bleach a little bit, like with some animes anyway, that with big swords and stuff. So,
yeah.
Now it says, despite the reports, Robert Pattinson filming Doom Messiah will prevent the Batman 2 from shooting until early 2026. At the earliest, it says since Doom shoots up till the end of the year. Like, but what?
Plus the Odyssey, the Odyssey's finishing up anyway, so I don't know. This is just gonna.
I don't get it, man.
I don't know.
I don't understand how you can. I get you want to be in more projects, but what happened to the days? And maybe this doesn't exist anymore because I know DC does it different way than Marvel does, but thought that when you joined a superhero franchise, you had a big contract that said, hey, I'm going to be locked up for this many years to only do this.
Do you think it's Robert Pattinson's involvement in why the game, the movie, not the game, but the movie probably is being delayed? Do you think it's mainly because of him being involved in other movie projects? Do you think that's the reason why it's now being delayed the way it has?
Probably, yeah. But then also they did say the script, like they had a few like
the thing that I don't understand
issues and stuff as well. So
I've heard some actors say that the script is done, but then apparently I've heard also people say it's not done. So I've heard
it could be a draft because the draft that could be done in like a day. But if you're like doing screenplay, that can take a couple of months,
first script, the real script to second or third will be a couple of months.
Because then you would have to like get it read through, you gotta get it like seen through like most people. I mean, it really does depend how many writers are going to be working on this. But
it depends. If that first draft is really good, then they might take it forward and whatnot. So hopefully, if it's that good, then.
The problem with like today writers and directors and co-directors is that they usually have their own vision and usually they'll have their indifferences, and there's a lot of arguments. I mean, you only need to look at Blade and how many people were having different like ideas of what this movie was supposed to be. You'd think that they would have got this all figured out by now, but this is the reason why this movie is probably never going to get made. They spent 5 years. They wasted 5 years trying to figure it out.
Anyway, so.
Well, good.
They wasted time, man. They wasted Marshall.
What a waste, man. What a waste of money, man.
Waste of time, money, all of that stuff, man.
Absolute waste of resources and everything. I mean, this is the thing. You got a bunch of incompetent people who basically don't know what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. You know? I mean, when you basically hire these people, they should have the idea, right? Just like that. If they did this in the 80s and the 90s, they would have already been fired in a heartbeat. I think the biggest problem right now is that I think the studio, like these studios in general, they've become way too lenient and way too forgiving for some of these like amateurs. Okay, we got to get back to people who are passionate, and they basically like you know they know that this is a huge risk, and if they mess it up, they're fired. That's what it used to be. And they need to know that this is the kind of pressure you're put on. I mean, when it comes to deadlines, back in the 90s and the 80s, people used to get blacklisted if you couldn't keep up to your schedule. Okay, if you were late on an animation for a movie like Disney, you were blacklisted from Hollywood right off the bat. I know a lot of people who got blacklisted. A perfect example is Richard Williams, who did Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He did a lot of the animation in there, and Disney, because they owned most of the licensing of the characters, it's kind of funny because they actually went under the name Buena Vista, or was it Touchstone, which was like their film company for like Disney movies. If they weren't too sure if this was going to be a big hit, they don't do that anymore though. But that's what they used to do. So they would basically they would hire their own they would hire their own animation team to help Richard Williams make the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, because it was a production hell. The production hell basically was in between Robert Zemeckis and a few other people who basically didn't trust these directors. Robert Zemeckis, the guy who did Back to the Future, they didn't trust him because he had no films under his belt. Steven Spielberg was the only one that gave him a chance, because he was already made man at that point, with E.T. and everything. I think E.T. was like the breaking point with Steven Spielberg.
I agree with you on deadlines. Like, yeah, the writer's strike definitely hurt the Batman, but like, I mean, I agree with you with like they need to have serious deadlines because they don't take this seriously enough. Like, I'm
not
sure
deadlines, consequences. Consequences is what they need.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that Matt Reeves is, yes, he did the third Planet of the Apes movie. I know people like him. I know he's a good guy, but like, they had nothing but time to work on this project.
Yeah, word.
And Robert Pattinson is just willy-nilly. Oh, I'm going to go join Christopher Nolan's movie. We're taking our time. Oh, I'm going to go join Dune 3. Why not?
I think after this Odyssey film, he just needs to do the Batman 2.
I mean, I've even heard.
I wish he would just stick to the Batman 2.
But I've even heard that they
I think it's going to get canceled. I think they've wasted way too much time. If they are delaying this all the way up to 2028, at this point you might as well reboot the whole thing.
Yeah, because I haven't heard that there was even talk, because in Secret Wars, if you read Secret Wars, they have to have the Beyonder and that shit. And there was even talks where Pattinson was offered an MCU role. So, like, if he takes that, then how's he gonna have time for anything? It's like,
is Franklin Richards gonna? No, he won't be in this.
Well, yeah, actually, he's teased for the Fantastic Four movie.
Are you kidding me, dude? That guy is. I said it once and I'll say it again. The guy's broken, man. He is one of the most broken MCU characters. You thought Captain Marvel and Gaia were OP and broken? This guy is on a whole new level. If they put him in, I mean, even the authors, like when they were always trying to figure out how to get this guy to work, they didn't even know how to use this guy properly. The authors didn't understand his powers because he pretty much could do anything.
Yeah,
I mean, his sister is one thing because she's like the smartest, and I can understand her being in it, but they got to nerf this character. They got to nerf him big time.
Imagine if don't even get started. It's like, oh, come on. It's not even funny to make those jokes, guys, because it's like, the problem is, this is exactly what happens when the people that are meant to make a project that people care about and want to see have a sequel, all the pieces should fall into place. After they did the Penguin, all the pieces, all the respected parties, if they care about this project, they should be on it. Like, the writer's strike happened. It sucked. I get it. You guys you should not be letting your lead actor move on project to project willy-nilly if he needs to go and film this movie. Because it's actually, I'm like, sure, the script, maybe we don't have a draft of the script, right? You know whose fault it is that this movie keeps getting delayed? It's your lead actor. Because
I don't know about that. I mean, if it was him, then couldn't they have put him on a contract that he has to be here and not elsewhere? Because look at, I mean,
do you not believe in those contracts? Because That's what I'm trying to figure out because
Yeah.
it's clear he didn't
It
have.
sounds like he's not on those Clapper contracts anyway, because if he's still in other film roles and whatnot, yeah, he's not on.
Yeah,
that.
but
He's
if
not
they
on
don't have the green light, there's no point putting him on a
Yeah.
contract, because if there's no like movie being, if they're not currently filming the movie, then there is no contract. He's basically free to go to where he wants to go. You know, I mean, it's kind
Yeah.
of like with Henry Cavill when he was currently doing, what was it, Mission Impossible Fallout, and what was it,
Yeah.
Justice League at the same time. They told him not to get rid of that moustache because they wanted to fuck with Tom Cruise. That's why they did it.
Yeah.
They did it because of that.
Mhm.
No, like I know there was I know the whole thing is just that like there could be multiple people involved with it, but like it just doesn't make sense. There's no acceptable reason. I understand strikes. I understand
Yeah.
COVID. I understand everything. There's no reason for it to be delayed that long.
Yeah.
I don't care if this is like Scorsese's next Godfather comic book movie. Like it's not. It's not.
I think it's a placeholder. I think that's what it is. I don't think they're taking it seriously. I think they're basically just having a speculation that they haven't canceled it. The producers haven't canceled it. They're just saying this is where it is currently. And the producers might just look at it and go, whoa, when was the last time you made a Batman movie? Okay, we're going to cancel that right now. I mean, I can understand that Penguin was like a thing, but
Yeah.
that's not a movie. That's a TV show.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
that's a totally different thing.
like,
So, yeah.
I mean, if I was James Gunn, I had the power at DC to look at this. Like, you know, I know he's probably a pretty understanding guy, but unlike Kevin Feige, he actually gives a fuck. I thought he would have probably been up in Matt Reeves' face, like, bro, like, where's the script? Like,
Yeah.
because even though James Gunn is doing his thing, I understand that it did. We talked.
Yeah, I think this Batman film should be top priority because
Absolutely, yeah.
all the
Yeah,
other
I
films,
agree.
like Superman's coming out this year, next year's going to be Supergirl. Cool, everything else is coming under the wing, but it's like this one should be top priority.
Like,
As the sequel was only a couple years ago.
Matt Reeves promised people a trilogy. How are you going to do a trilogy once the Bats?
Nah, he can do a trilogy, but I'm telling you, Batman 3 is going to have to come out at least in 2030. It can't be no later than
2035.
that. It can't-
2035, maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
It makes no
It's going to be a
sense.
distraction, though, because you got James Gunn that would probably be in like his phase 3 or phase 4.
It makes
Yeah.
sense because it makes sense because honestly, like we are going to get, like it or not, whether it's Cox or someone else, we are going to get we are going to get our new Batman, whoever it ends up being. I'm hoping it's Alan Richardson. That's just me personally.
Yeah,
I love Reacher, and I think he.
no, I think he looks good. I think he looks good in it. Yeah.
But just in general, we're going to get our new Batman any day. Like if I was. But if, James Gunn, what I know about him a lot is he actually prefers CinemaCon to Comic-Con. So if
Didn't you say that was like horrible?
Yeah, it was bad. CinemaCon. Was bad.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, if whoever was the player and show what they were gonna do, they should have done more. But if I
Yeah.
was him, I would have came out to CinemaCon and because Marvel was already getting shit anyway by Marvel Rivals. Imagine how much shit they would have lost if we got if they announced Batman there. That would have been even worse for Marvel Studios.
Yeah, word.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if I'm Kevin Feige right now and I'm letting James Gunn go over to DC, when the Superman clip from Minecraft is better than any of your Marvel Studios announcements, that's when you know you're
peak.
like, I'm telling you, man, if I'm Kevin Feige, I'm hitting my head against my desk every day trying to figure out.
Yeah, that guy, man. He
He's
don't learn from past mistakes, man. I'm sorry
sitting in
about
the
him.
Secret Wars meetings.
It's like-
And the thing is, he's not on it. The thing is with Feige, what I don't like is that he's just not like cool. I'm not saying you should be honest all the time, but
Yeah.
my gosh, bro, you like to come up with some of these stories like he has no bearings to saying, oh yeah, you know, we've got it under control. We're working on it, but it's coming out. It's just you know, like, bro,
He's
I
delusional.
love how
He's absolutely
I love
delusional.
how he keeps trying to talk about like he wants to promote these projects, but then literally he
well,
shows up.
he's not hands on. He doesn't have any hands on it. That's
He
the
shows
thing.
up like you ask him about She-Hulk. You ask about She-Hulk, you ask him about
Yeah.
Multiverse of Madness. He takes his grappling hook and disappears for an
Yeah.
hour. You ask him
He's not
about
hands on. He's not hands on.
yeah,
Oh,
I
Secret
know what you
Invasion?
mean.
Oh, I'm gone. Sorry, I can't answer that question. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, but is Guy gonna return in the MCU? Sorry, I gotta go. It's like,
Yeah, he's turning into what I would call a hack right now. I mean, he doesn't actually. It's interesting because I think his investment faded right after Phase 2, because I think the last time he actually wanted to put some kind of involvement of his own in there was with the Civil War. And he wanted what was it? He wanted the green guys. What were they called? The freaking whatchamacallit? The ones that are in Captain. Secret Invasion as well. The Skrulls, right? He wanted them in as early as Civil War, and the Russo brothers said no. So there was this huge argument, and he was about to walk out. Kevin Feige was just going to walk out. He didn't want to fire the Russo brothers because he knew that the Russo brothers were the shit, even right after Winter Soldier. So he knew he didn't want to fire them. He could have, but he didn't. And he knew that if he did fire the Russo brothers, then the Avengers would have already been screwed. They would have been fucked over. So
what the Russo brothers coming back for these specific two Avengers films, and if these Avengers
that's it, they're gone.
Yeah, better than any other Marvel project that we've seen in both Phase 4 and Phase 5, then literally, like, I've already heard rumors that they're supposed to come back and work on the whatever new reboot for the MCU X-Men.
The X-Men,
right?
Yeah.
But my question is also, you guys hear about the stuff going on that Jon Favreau, after he finishes his Mando contract, is leaving Lucasfilm?
Yeah, I'm not
Star Wars,
surprised. I'm not surprised.
I did a video about this for a while. I've been thinking about this for a long time because he started over there. I think because I know that Feige just wants to leave Marvel after Secret Wars and stuff once he does the reboot and stuff because he's trying to get a higher up job at Disney. He doesn't want to be a part of Marvel anymore. He thinks he can fix Star Wars. He thinks he can take Kathleen's place, go over there, or he wants like the next guy next to Bob Iger because of all the money he's made him apparently. Which
that doesn't make any sense. I mean, isn't it like a step down from his career if he's going to LucasArts? Because a lot of those people over there are kind of crazy and are just like a bunch of activists who basically want to have their own agenda put inside of like Star Wars projects in general. It's a known fact that a lot of them over there are basically disciples of Kathleen Kennedy and was it Leslie Headland, who have basically put a lot of this messed up shit in there.
But I'll say this. He is not. He's not the guy that people think he's been. Like, when you look at his stuff, he actually is a part of the agenda-focused stuff in Marvel.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, when you look at Dave Filoni, he's the same thing.
Dude,
he's a feminist. Dave Filoni basically bows down to Kathleen Kennedy every single time. And this is what most people don't think, that they don't understand about Dave Filoni. Now, Jon Favreau, he's different. I
used to watch Filoni. I remember I went to in 2017, I saw the Clone Wars Season 7 panel. I was like, this guy understands Star Wars. This guy gets it. This guy completely understands. But then he put that Martez Sisters BS in Season 7. And then now they give him this big creative chief job, whatever, in charge of all the creative decisions in Star Wars, which was a mistake because now he literally is in charge of all the worst things on the face of the earth.
He's become the very thing you swore to destroy. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Yeah, that's what's happening. And that's the thing. And that's the thing. Like I've always Filoni because he gave us Clone Wars, he gave us Rebels, and he was on the George Lucas's wing. So when you're under his wing, I'm like, okay, so you want to be the next guy. Yep. You want to take over. Now you're watching the master at work doing that. Now,
come on, man. He was never the one. He had that. He's got that self complex of thinking that he was the chosen one, but it's not true, man. I think the only guy that can do it, in fact, so far from what we've seen, the only guy that can do it is George Lucas. This is why they try to bring him back. You know, I know he had a lot of involvement with Andor. I think he probably was responsible for writing some of the episodes in Andor.
You know what's going on with him is he's actually secretly trying to smuggle his way back into the company because Disney violated the rights. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like,
I got to read up. I got to read into
what
that.
he did is he's been slowly trying to buy back shares of Lucasfilm on his own. Like,
oh man, the damage is done, man. Why would he even waste his time?
He's mad
with this,
because when he handed the keys to the kingdom.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy was mandated to use his scripts for his sequel trilogy, and
he must have known that was bullshit.
And
of course they did. That's exactly what they did.
So he's mad. So he's mad about that. It seems that he's very upset.
Wait! You mean to tell me over a decade later? He's now only just now started to take these actions into hand. I mean, what the fuck, man? You'd think he would have done this like maybe halfway through of what Star Wars was going. So he allowed it to just get his damages. He's
been on the sets of a lot of movies and shows and been present, like watching things, like which is surprising me because Filoni has texted with George and seen him. But if George knew what Filoni was actually doing and he figured it out, he's gonna be pissed.
I don't know about Filoni. I don't think he's the main. I mean, I know he's part of the problem, but I don't think he is the main big problem. I mean, you might as well bring in, was it Rian Johnson as well? I mean, he did a lot of damage. I mean, he's the reason why the whole entire community was divided. He divided the whole entire community over that one movie.
Yeah,
and that was even the worst one.
In charge of the most damage of everything that still refuses to go away. I think the biggest 100% issue of the entire company would be a lot better if the company would be better if this person was gone. I think multiple people should be gone. We should probably get an entire new team and people that actually
people actually love Star
everyone.
I think it's too late though. I mean, you're talking about trying to repair. It's not even repairing Star Wars now. The lore is destroyed. The people have left. They walked away, and then you've got to deal with the whole entire thing of like. I mean, first of all, you would have to reform it. You can't go through the Skywalker thing. I mean, the Acolyte's part of.
They remove Kathleen Kennedy and start making good projects that they could.
She's never going to leave. I mean, it's now becoming a meme. I mean, she was supposed to, and then she'd like kind of like
back in or so step down from her previous role or something. I'm like, what?
Well, Disney's not happy with her.
She is never going to leave. Never going to leave.
She's not happy with her, and they're punishing her. Like apparently, her staying isn't for her benefit. It's to punish her. Like apparently, I don't know. I heard some things. I guess Disney's mad at her and they're trying to.
Yeah, I bet they want to get rid of her. They hate her. I know there's a lot of people that hate her, but they are afraid of her. She's got a lot of power, okay? And it's mainly down to the fact that she's been there for so long. She's been there for like 30, 40, 50 years now? I mean, she's been there since like the 70s or the 80s. I mean, she's been there. She's got a lot of names associated with her. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be funny here, but I don't know. Was she like a tea lady back in the 80s with like, like serving tea or something? I'm not trying to like completely bash her or anything, but she does have like a lot of names. Like, was it E.T., Indiana Jones? It's not even like Star Wars. It's like
and stuff. But with Star Wars, she's just not been. She's not been performing, and it's just like we need someone to be real and say, look, guys, we've messed up. This is what it is. What do we do now? And I'm saying, like, we might as well if we go the Old Republic route, it gets rebooted.
Yeah, like
the worst part about this is that she's shown who she really is. I mean, when she was with like Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, she was like, "Oh yes, I love being here," and all that. She was just there for the ride. But this is who she really is now. And everyone has seen it, okay? I mean, George Lucas gave her the freaking torch because he actually trusted her. And when he actually found out, I mean, you've seen the meeting, that big table where they were talking about the fact, I'm assuming this is right after he signed off the whole entire IP and like the studio over to Disney. What was it, like back in 2012? And then people were thinking, well, who's going to like direct the first movie? And me, personally, I said Steven Spielberg should do it. That's what I said. He should have done the first one because he's not good with sequels, but he's good at building a foundational movie and like all the origins of the world building. He's really good at that. They should have started it off with Steven Spielberg. Would have made billions of dollars.
Steven
Billions.
Spielberg's Stars would have been sick, man. Would have been.
Yeah, he's never done one.
I don't want him to do
never done
one
a Star
now.
Wars movie.
Oh,
It would have been great.
Did how to? I feel
I don't know, man. I mean, it would have to be a reboot.
Yeah,
Like I said, it
reboot.
would have to be a reboot Star Wars
Because
movie,
even
and then they
with,
would have to completely start
even
off
with this new Dawn,
a clean
even with
slate.
this new Dawn, the Star Wars, the New Dawn, which is basically the Old Republic.
well, the problem
They're
is
not even going off with the Old Republic stuff. They just want to make new stuff. And I'm
they're
like,
ignoring
bro,
their
you
lore.
what?
And that's because
Oh
They're
yeah,
ignoring
that's
their-
right, yeah, because that's like going back
they're
1,000
ignoring
years.
their
Isn't it?
lore because of Kathleen. That's the reason why. Kathleen doesn't believe they have lore, so they're ignoring all their.
Well, yeah,
I'm sorry.
everything-
Told that to Legends. and
That is such a
Understanding
waste.
I don't know if I told you this, but so even though Kathleen hired Tony Gilroy, we're on the subject of Anbor, as I call it. Anbor,
yeah.
Tony Gilroy, Kathleen's the one that is bringing the grape to Andor to Tony Gilroy. They work
God.
together.
Why is she doing that?
Mother of mercy. I mean, jeez.
If this legit
Just can't
happens,
believe
this
it.
is-
I'm not doing it. I'm not watching Andor too.
And the
You
thing
and me
is-
both.
Oh,
I mean,
this is
what
I
is
don't get.
this?
I can't do it.
This is supposed to be.
Let
Let
me tell you the reason why they're doing this. This is for shock value. Shock value. That's what it is. It's shock value. They want to shock people now. What, with Star Wars? Is this what it's come
I
down
can't-
to now? What? This is like Game of Thrones now with Star Wars. This is shock level Game of Thrones style. This is what they're trying to do with it. This is crazy. This is absolute. If they do this, they've changed things forever for Star Wars. Okay, there's no turning back after this. They might as well just like do an adult rated, do a Game of Thrones Star Wars. Yeah, they might as well go the whole way now. To see how people like. It might turn out good. I mean, if they get the George R. Martin, get George R. Martin to write the Game of Thrones Star
Game
Wars.
of Thrones directors that she had on, they're supposed to make Old Republic, and they got fired from that project. So
Yeah.
Yeah. What were their names again? I forgot the brothers. The guys that basically were originally doing the Game of Thrones, and they messed up seasons 7 and 8, and I think that was the reason. I think that was partially the reason. I think it was mainly because of the whole controversy over like how Game of Thrones ended, because they rushed it, and then they said, "Oh, you know what? We're here now, so can we make it?" What was it? It was supposed to be a trilogy, right?
Mm.
And alongside with Rian Johnson, he was supposed to make a trilogy, but I think that was a rumor. I think that was just him starting up shit because he wanted that trilogy. And, he would have probably got that trilogy if, the episode 8 was good, but it wasn't. So they fucked that up.
That they were still going to make it happen, but Kathleen ruined all chances of that happening. And Kathleen's the one that gave Ryan all the power he had, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
did. Do anything.
That's why I don't understand.
If I would say there's 2 people that you got to get rid of right away, honestly, I'll say 3, because as much as I've liked him in the past, I think
Dave Filoni.
You gotta get rid of
Dave
Filoni.
Filoni.
You gotta get rid of Kathleen, and you gotta get rid of Pablo. Pablo's gotta go. He's before.
Sure.
Yeah. It sucks because
I think they need to clean out the whole entire slate, because it's not just them. It's also like a lot of the people who are like working like lower down. They need to clean out the whole entire studio. And that's not going to be easy to replace an entire team of talented people.
Still somehow in that company. She's got to go. I don't know how. Oh
yeah. Well, she's playing this game. She's playing this game now where she's pretending that she's stepped down because she has an ego. That's what it is. Her ego is that. I don't know if you know about this, because like, I don't know, there's like a confusion over the fact that everyone thought that she left and everyone was celebrating. She fucking hated that.
She did not like
said,
that, man.
I'm not leaving.
Her response said that she didn't like that, bro. Clear as day.
We played the Ewok celebrating video too soon. Yep, he did. He did right over Luke Skywalker.
I saw I saw like Return of the King celebration as well. There was like all these different celebrations. It was great. And then she announces that she's not leaving, and it was like, oh shit, here we go again.
Star Wars. My number of content creators that I trust and follow, and there's only a few influencers I actually trust.
Yeah,
I am a theory purist. I will stand for anything that theory.
Like, that's the thing. My thing, and even to add, Joe, even to add on to that, Joe. Yeah, my thing is that when it comes to these Star Wars YouTube content creators, I always tell everybody, like, listen, there is many of them across YouTube. Go to who you gravitate the most. I've always watched Theory. I always watched Defenders Wave. I watched the Lore Master because the Lore Master was pretty much the first one on this platform.
True.
Yeah. Then you've got Star Wars comics. Yeah, those are my 4 trusted Star Wars content.
And I'll tell you this one.
The other ones I'll check them out here and there when I need to. So
I mean, any of Theory's films that he makes are going to be 100% better than anything that Lucasfilm makes. That's
100%.
Do you see why I said that he should just basically build up, get as much money as he can, and then buy LucasArts?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably what his dream goal is to try and buy LucasArts out. And even if there's like a Kickstarter fight, because if there's anyone I trust with that, and LucasArts, I mean, not LucasArts, George Lucas, I personally believe that he would actually give LucasArts to him because I think he would trust him. I think he would. It really does depend if George Lucas knows who he is, because George Lucas, he's kind of like, what's his name? What's his freaking name? The guy that did the Muppets. What's his name? Jim Henson. They were kind of the same. They were like hippies. Okay, so they weren't into like the business side of things as much. But as time went on, George Lucas became a big businessman. He was like a creator, and then he went from creating things like Muppets and all of that kind of stuff, and all of the kind of like miniatures to then just business. And he's never changed.
Like, really, like realistically, as big as a celebrity, like, you know, as big as a director as George is, and as much as you can stay off the internet, I don't think you can really avoid not knowing who Star Wars Theory is at this point, because he has.
No, he's I agree. This is one of the reasons why I am for Star Wars Theory to be entrusted with the LucasArts. Or you get
him and a couple of fan film directors on YouTube that know Star Wars well, because he knows Star Wars well. I'm sorry, but the fan films that I've seen on YouTube are a lot better than a lot of the content we got from Star Wars. So
I only say that because he knows more about the lore than Kathleen Kennedy will ever.
Yeah.
I agree. I think he would give out anything that he's ever done. I think he'd even stop doing Theory Sabers and pass it off to some of his people if he was running Lucasfilm. Like, I guarantee you.
Yeah, he could literally, like, I think he is like the new George Lucas, in my own opinion, because I've seen a lot of things that he's actually taught me about I mean, for instance, I didn't even know the founders of the Apprentice, okay? Like how the Apprentice started with the Sith. I thought that was really impressive. I think they movie about that, by the way. It would have been great, because
no matter what, any of
Disney
Star Wars' stuff, I can easily tell you that, like, I believe that Star Wars Theory's Vader film, I know he's got a trailer coming out for it this month. I can tell, honestly, just from what I've heard of the synopsis, I listen to his podcast every week. I watch all his videos. He is literally going to, no matter what, like, he says it's like a rated R Vader film, and then that Mace.
Whoa. And we need that, but look how long we've been asking for an R-rated Star Wars movie. They're not good. Disney are not going to give it to us.
Well, they didn't want to do that because they bought it knowing that it was family friendly, and let's face it, you're going to make more money. You're going to have a higher profit margin if you actually are focusing on families rather than it just being R-rated. I mean, you just look at the 80s. Like movies like Aliens, Terminator, kids were talking about that, but they couldn't watch it. That's why they made the toys.
They keep wanting to try and turn Andor into an HBO Max show. It's like, what the hell?
But yeah, I totally agree. I think let's look at reality here. This isn't going to happen, okay? Because they know who Star Wars Theory is, and people like Kathleen Kennedy who have an ego, they don't want that to happen. They can't allow that to happen because what does that make them? What would that make them? They pretty much are nobodies at that point. They don't want to be forgotten. They actually want people to be like, oh yeah, Kathleen Kennedy, yeah. Who are you again?
I think I am going to make a video because I've been trying to get him onto a podcast and trying to get his attention. I'm going to try and make a video about him about this and see if I can get his attention on it, because I honestly have been trying to reach him for a long time because I've wanted to respectfully talk with him, because I think what people have done in this fandom to him is shameful and just
and you know, I have something to say about the Star Wars fandom right now, because my thing is this: I've always had this opinion of, like, even before the Disney era, I've always had this opinion about the fandom in it when it's come to Star Wars. We love to pick and choose what we want to like, and I understand that not everybody's supposed to like everything, but have some respect, because just because there's some things that about Jedi and Sith doesn't mean to say that a thing about a Rebels Empire story can't be good. You know what I mean? I like all aspects of Star Wars, but these people, they think it's okay to just be like, oh no, that stuff is rubbish, no one cares about that. No, there are people that care about a Rebel story.
Well, yeah, they think that they want people to, like, what is it? They want people to respect their opinion, but they don't want to respect your opinion because they think that they're always right consistently. The moment that they actually think that the moment that they actually know that you are right, then that's a threat. Because quite frankly, you know, if something is like right and they know it's right, they have to attack it. They have to destroy it. And that's generally what's been happening a lot lately.
The problem we run into is these new Star Wars fans think that they know everything about Star Wars.
Well, you mean like the Raylos?
They challenge everybody, and it's ridiculous because it's like,
well, the logic's not there. I mean, we can have a debate about it. I welcome that. But the problem is that the debates are usually irrational. And when people are irrational, they're just basically no different than a dog barking. That's basically what it is. So you might as well just walk away and just let them just jabber on and just like keep on making like crappy buzz noises.
And the thing is as well, they want to talk about they want to. Oh, sorry, D-man. Yeah, they want to talk about like, it's because Rey's a woman. No, it's not because of that. Because Darth Talon was supposed to be in episode 7 with Darth Maul. So what are you saying about that? That's a character that we know already.
I hear. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
The race card.
They pull the race card.
God damn it. Freaking hate that. Joe, it's getting old, man. It's getting freaking old. I am sick and tired of people like Joe Boyega. I am sick and tired of this shit. I mean, I would defend Joe Boyega over the whole China thing, you know. I would defend him over that because that's real racism right there. But when it comes down to like attacking white people, get the fuck out of here, man. I got white relatives in my family, you know. My niece? Because my sister's like half black, right? My niece is white. My niece is white. She's got blonde hair and blue eyes. So I got white family members. So, you know, anything like that, when you attack white people, you're attacking my family members.
And the thing is as well, they need to
at the end of the day. And this is what they don't fucking understand. They think that most black families don't have white family members. It's fucking ridiculous.
They need to understand as well, like when it comes into like,
what the fuck?
I'm all for like I'm all for like representation of certain things like in Star Wars and whatnot. I get it.
Yeah.
But the problem is we need to understand this is that Hollywood hasn't come off a fair playing grounds. So why are you gonna expect something that was built off of like racism and whatnot to come to get proper representation? Then you're gonna
We're talking about Disney again.
Racism,
yes.
and whatnot. Like basically, you know what I mean?
Of course. We're talking about John Boyega.
Racism in Star Wars, and then we're also talking about how earlier I dropped the scoop that I found out that, or as I call it,
I always question right why racism even exists in this day and age. When I feel like
doesn't. It's just they want to bring it back.
Like because you look at like 10 years ago, right before woke, before all this crap. I never heard of really, other than like in the news or something, maybe you'd hear someone about this racist person, whatever. You wouldn't hear that daily, wherever and stuff. Nowadays it's just like,
Everywhere.
why is it because you're white, you're racist? What?
I just said it. I literally said it. I got a white niece, and my family's black. I got my sister is like, mixed race, and her daughter is like blonde hair and blue eyes. I've got white family members in my family. So if anything, like I said before, if you're attacking white people, you're attacking my family.
John Boyega knows that there's like black people in Black people love Star Wars. Everybody loves Star Wars.
This guy thinks he's the only black guy in the world. I'm black. I mean, who the fuck does he? This is like a Peter Dinklage moment. You know what I mean? This guy thinks he's the only shortest guy. I watched Willow. That was like in 1988, right? He thinks, what was it? Like, you got Mini-Me, you got that other guy from, what was it, the Scary Movie movies? It's like he thinks that these people don't exist, okay? And the same goes with John Boyega. He's got such a freaking, what is it? He thinks he's like the main character of this planet? What the fuck is his problem, man? I mean, we can have a debate about China and how they fucking treated him on those posters.
He's trying to tell us that he's going to be in the Ray movie trilogy that they're going to happen as long as Kathleen.
Jesus.
We don't care. I'm sorry, I don't believe about that Ray thing.
I don't think that's going to happen, man. I really don't. I think that was just a stunt.
It's not going to be great.
Yeah, see, he literally, the whole thing is
apparently the woman wants what was it? The director wants everybody. She wants men to feel uncomfortable. If I've got that right from her actual quote, and I think that's fine. I mean, it's going to go down the same path as what was it? That freaking remake of Charlie's Angels. You remember Charlie's Angels? No one gave a shit about that.
No, I literally it's one of those things where it's literally like it's ridiculous because you're looking at like he completely said, "Oh, I'm never going to work for Disney again. I can't believe that they did this to me." And now he's like, "Oh, guys, you're racist and you didn't like the accolades, so fuck you and."
Oh, so what? It's racist to hate accolade.
Apparently that's what it is.
That's the thing with stupid. Like Leslie Headland,
it's lost all meaning. It's so pathetic.
Mad about the accolade because it involves so many black characters. But or that it involved lesbians. No,
and yet they say it's not diverse enough.
It was diverse, but
I mean,
I don't know, man. They don't make sense, man. The show's not good. It's just that's what it is. It's law breaking.
Good.
Yeah.
The writing is not good. The writing is not good. That is the problem. The show sucks.
There's no musical in Star Wars, bro. There's no like the power of many.
It has no right to be part of Star Wars. It does not exist.
Oh my god, I remember that. I remember that.
Jeez. I don't understand where these people get these comments from, but D-Man, I understand that Retrolad says that you've been making some pretty interesting videos for Nintendo lately.
Absolutely.
You have anything to share about that?
I mean,
I do like D-Man's setup, by the way. It really looks cool, man.
I don't have
really
have
good.
the lights on right now, but yeah, sometimes I do. Sometimes.
No, it still looks pretty good, man.
Thanks. It's many years of work. Let's just say that my whole room. When I did a 1,000 subscriber thing, that was like I toured my room and stuff, but like this is many years worth of progress. This room is like a decade worth of work, I would say. Because it's been not quite a decade since I started working, but even before that, I did a birthday, Christmas, you name it, I'd get stuff from my parents, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So it's at least a decade worth of work for this room, easy. And then in the basement, I have like the arcade room with arcade one-ups, and I have like that's my retro room. I have my PS2, my N64 down there, my NES, all that stuff. I have my old PC down there, which I use for streaming old stuff if I ever stream down there with old stuff and junk.
Well, like MS-DOS days.
Yeah. Like I got all the OG stuff down there.
Oh man.
I haven't streamed down there in a while.
Oh, Apogee, you've done your homework. God damn, that takes me back.
I have a whole bunch of stuff down there.
Oh, man,
I don't have a ton of room, but like with my old setup down there, like when I have my birthday party every December, I stream it, and it's super cool it's the one time a year I get together with all of my friends too. The one time of the year, and it's so much freaking fun to play Smash down there, play Mario Party down there, play some classic retro stuff down there, and all that throughout a whole day. Time flies, and it's just so fun, man. It's so much fun.
So I take it, D-Man, that you are for physical game purchases rather than what Switch 2 is
but
suggesting.
Everyone is saying they're not going to go physical for Mario Kart, and I'm debating so bad because I love physical games, but I'm just debating because Mario Kart,
Well,
I have to swap
Nintendo's messed
I have
it
to
up.
swap out so much that at this point I'm like, maybe I should just get the bundle. Maybe I should. I love physical gaming. I really, really do. But I'm never going to purchase a physical copy of it if I don't now. Because it's not going to go down in price. So I'm like, do I do it or do I not?
Yeah. Well, the I don't know. I mean, yeah. I guess the short answer is yes, because it's a cheap deal. But at the same time, I know why Nintendo's doing it, because they want as many people playing Mario Kart World. Because let's face it, that looks like a live service what they're doing there, and it's like an open world game. But your biggest problem right now, at least with my American brothers, is that you guys have got it real bad. I'm currently in the UK, and it's pretty cheap. The Nintendo Switch 2 over here is pretty cheap. Yeah. So I would say that if you guys know how to get over to the UK, if you want to get your Switch 2 cheap, I would probably suggest, because they put the tariffs at 10% in the UK.
Chris money and have him just order me.
That ain't a bad idea.
The only downside is I wouldn't have it day one, and I need to go day one, and I got to go midnight launch because I need to vlog it.
Yeah, that's it.
Next month I'm going to PAX East,
so it's making it make sense.
Next month I'm going to PAX East. So
don't they have
the Switch 2 might be there? I might be playing it a few weeks early. If that's the case, it's gonna be hard for me to upload a video on me playing it early, only because I'm gonna be vlogging everything. I'm gonna have all my equipment with me. I'm actually about to order 2 really good microphones for like t-shirt mics for me and James, and it's gonna be awesome because a bunch of our content creator friends are gonna be there, and then more people, and I might do some interviews. I know Kit and Chris is gonna be there, and they used to work for Nintendo, and they're huge Nintendo people. They have a YouTube channel. They have like 80,000 subs on YouTube or something. Kit and Chris, so they're really cool Nintendo YouTubers. And I met them at PAX West last year. They gave me some tips on YouTubing and stuff, and they're gonna have a panel at PAX East as well. Yeah. But I'm gonna try to I'll probably get a small interview with them afterwards because they like hanging out after and talking with people too, because they're just people too. They're not like huge famous, they just are. They got their community of Nintendo people. Yeah. They love the Nintendo community. We're all living our life. We're all just trying to do it. And they're cool because like Arlo, who is one of the biggest Nintendo YouTubers ever, aside from beat 'em ups, he was at PAX West, and I got a very minor interview with him, and just about the Switch, the Nintendo Switch sequel, whatever was coming next week, called it Switch 2 or whatever the heck it was going to be called. We didn't know yet, and I just asked him about what he wanted from the next 3D Mario and all that, and I'm wondering when we're going to see 3D Mario, actually, because my guess is September, and it might be their holiday game, but we don't know yet because we don't know what all games are coming this holiday.
You actually think that's going to be a possibility? Because I personally do believe that the people behind Mario Odyssey, which should have been Mario Odyssey 2, was Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think that was what they were basically hoping that people would accept. If you think that there's going to be a Mario, then sure, but I didn't know. I mean, what is it like? Mario has always been
Mario
there
Kart,
at the launch of every
Mario
Nintendo
Kart was going to be a
console.
launch title. I'm sure most people knew that.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong,
like
3 years ago, was rumored we were going to get a new 3D Donkey Kong made by the Mario Odyssey team. It's not even confirmed that it's made by the Mario Odyssey team, but if you look at the art style and everything, it totally is.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Even with the Mario game,
I'm glad he's getting some love. We don't have a release date yet for Kirby Air Riders, and we don't have a release date for Prime 4 yet. So, realistically, one of those could be the fall game, and one could be the holiday game.
Yeah.
But I feel like Nintendo's going to do.
Masahiro Sakurai, he's the guy that's doing Kirby Air Riders, right?
I feel like there's going to be a direct in September, though. Normally they do one around that time.
What are they going to show?
I don't know.
Then?
That's the
what
thing.
Is that?
I don't know what their big holiday game will be. Kirby won't sell like crazy. I mean, I feel like there's got to be something else.
Now, wait a minute. Wasn't there supposed to be a direct before June, before the 5th of June? So we got 3
I don't
directs.
think there'll be another. Well, no, just a Mario Kart Direct. Yeah.
That's what
there
it
could
was,
be
yeah.
a post-launch Direct for Switch 2 in June. I've heard rumors of a June Direct, but
Yeah.
I
think that's just going to be things we already know, though.
They realistically can because they still have Switch 1 games coming for the next couple of years. So they still can for Switch 1 and then show like one title for Switch 2.
Right.
Or whatever, you know. They can do that kind of thing.
Sure, yeah.
When Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going to be on Switch 2.
That will be within
next year,
maybe within a year after remake.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be too long.
I mean, I don't know. Is it still on like an exclusive contract with
because
Sony?
remake
Because I know for a fact.
Too,
okay.
So absolutely not.
Well, no, not remake, but the Rebirth. I think there's like some kind of there might be some kind of like
it's been one
contract
year
that they probably have to
It's been
finish.
1 year since Rebirth released, so maybe it could have been a 1 year thing.
Yeah.
I'm not for sure.
Yeah,
but it'll come.
Yeah.
It'll come for sure. Absolutely.
I mean, like I only say that because like Square said that they are done with like exclusives because it's just not working out. So they said that we're just going to put it on everything. I think that's the best thing to do at this point because I actually do think everyone should really like play this game.
The console was
and
pretty much over
it
anyway,
didn't sell well. They said it bombed, and I just that kind of hurts because like they're already working on the third and final one, which eventually is going to probably come out in like 2027. So I would say that the likely chances are that they are done with exclusives, and it's kind of funny considering the history with Sony, PlayStation, and Square, and the history that they did, because at one point it was Sony that bailed out Square because of what was it?
I think it's just aside from Nintendo, which I am worried for them with the Switch too, because the gaming industry where it's at right now, the console price, it's justified, it's fine, it's technically cheaper than the PS5 and Series X, so that's fine. I can justify that.
Well, yeah,
but
some would say that it's even more. I mean, if the tariffs, if they get their way with the tariffs. Right? If they get their way with the tariffs, it's going to be more expensive than even the PS5 Pro, which is kind of ludicrous.
I don't think Nintendo's going to be that stupid, because if they raise this price even any more than where it's at right now, they're not going to make sales. This thing will never be.
This is what people are saying. They're saying this online on YouTube. They're
saying this online. I don't think anything's really confirmed, man. So we have to really just wait, honestly.
Yeah, nothing. Nintendo has said nothing.
I think they're arrogant enough to do it. I think the hubris has got to them, and they are going to do it. I'm telling you right now.
Than what it already is, then their sales are not going to be good. They're not going to be good. And I will. I've already said this. I said this in one of my videos. I said the Switch very well might have been a one-off wonder because we had COVID. Because of 2020, that skyrocketed Switch sales to the hoorah.
Yeah.
We will never see that again from Nintendo. I don't care how the Wii sold. The Switch sold more than the freaking Wii, which is insane. And the 3DS. That is insane.
Holy shit! Is that true?
Yes, it is insane.
Jeez.
And that is because of 2020, because of what happened in the world. That skyrocketed all sales for Switch because everyone was buying a Switch. Everybody and anybody was buying a Switch. The Switch 2, I get it. They're playing it safe. The name is fine. Everything looks good, the tech, the hardware, but your casual fans and audience don't give a crap about any of that. They like their Switch 1 that they have until they come out with the Switch 2 Lite in a couple of years. That's like $150 cheaper, or maybe $100 cheaper. I don't think it'd go $150.
But we've been here before. Isn't this just like basically like with the Wii and the Wii U all over again? Is this where we're going again? Where most people...
Well, here's the thing. I think it'll have really good games, and that's a good thing. I think, and it's got a lot of third-party support. We've seen that in the Direct, and that's great.
Yeah.
What it does, what it doesn't have is, what am I trying to say here? I don't think it'll be a Wii U situation. It's just I don't think you're going to capture all the casual audience like you did the Switch 1.
Okay, then it's an Xbox One situation.
Yeah, I think it'll sell okay, but I don't think I think it'll sell more than the Wii U, 100%. But I don't, as long as they keep coming out with really good first-party games, outside of all the third-party support, when you combine those two things together, you have magic. But do they have magic in a bottle the way Switch 1 was? No, because they won't have another COVID situation.
That was lightning in a bottle. Yeah. I would say that was lightning in a bottle.
Situation, and that's where consoles went up to hoorah prices and sold like crazy.
Yeah, but D-Man, there's a few other things you've missed out as well. The climate has really changed a lot since like the Switch one, because they were the only name in town. Every other handheld device is out there going up against the Switch 2. So people do have options. And I'm talking about like these ROG and Asus handhelds. And that's not to mention the Steam Deck 2 that's on its way. It is coming. And it, you know, I mean, we're talking about people who like they're getting poked too much by Nintendo and provoked a little bit. I mean, this is going to call people out for the whole thing of like bringing back the piracy and emulators. This is going to happen. Okay, and Nintendo ain't gonna do anything about it because I know they've been spending millions and millions of dollars on it, and it hasn't gone anywhere. I mean, I was talking about this earlier about this to everybody else, but I'm just gonna like reiterate: this ain't gonna change anything. I know they've been putting millions of dollars into trying to hunt down everybody else about all. And by the way, you could just type it up, right? You could type up like a Super. I can get it right now. A Super Nintendo emulator right
crazy.
now.
They Doug Bowser in his interview confirmed that they already have a bunch. They already have a bunch of these consoles shipped and are already like they're already located in the U.S. and locations in warehouses and stuff. Switch 2s are already out
that's
there.
right. They've got them already.
Switch 2s are already out there, and they said they're going to they are promising of having the supply for the demand of the console. But how big of a demand are we going to have is what I'm wondering. I want to know what the sales numbers will be for the first 3 days of this thing. Just the first 3 days, and then what I'm going to do is I'll probably make a video comparing the sales numbers to like the Switch 1 when it first came out and predict like what the future of this thing is this good or is this bad kind of thing, you know?
I think it does have a future. I just think that it's not going to come even close to the sales of what the Switch 1 has. I think those days are over because quite frankly, again, like I said, even Sony made the stupidest mistake of like not staying consistent with the handheld market because you know what? I don't know, guys. I think we're done with like PS Vita. I mean, no one plays that. They said something really arrogant and dumb.
It doesn't have as many exclusives as the PS4 did. The PS4 had a freaking.
Well, that's because it's like a remastered remake machine. I mean, they never took it seriously to begin with.
And some of their games a lot of their games are only timed exclusive and then come to PC now. So a lot of people are like, I'm just gonna wait for PC, you know. And I think they're stopping to do that now. I think they decided to stop doing that. I think
Sony?
I think from what I heard that they might have.
No, they won't back off on that. I mean, when you look at Helldivers 2, you think they're gonna walk away from that? They can't walk away from that. There's no way, man. They are fully invested.
I don't know where Sony's going with certain areas of games and stuff. Some games are kind of just mid, but like something like Astro Bot, man. That game deserved Game of the Year. I love that magic of like playing a game for the first time and it's just pure magic. Like for instance, the Uncharted franchise. Like when you first booted up Uncharted and unless you're playing 4, like that magic of that music, and you're just like super excited to get into this story that you're about to just invest your time into. It's great. And same with like Last of Us 1. I mean, some people out there look the gameplay and graphics and stuff with Last of Us 2 is good, but I haven't replayed it since it came out.
I hate the Last of Us Part 2. I hate it. I hate it with a passion.
Sony nowadays, you know. Again, another thing though.
They've lost their minds.
Spider-Man 2 is good, but is it really as good as the first one? A lot of people say no. Because Spider-Man 1 was just like people say God of War Ragnarok isn't as good as God of War 2018. Those are magic in a bottle first games, and then like the sequels aren't.
I put 100 hours in Spider-Man
Uncharted and Uncharted 2. Uncharted 2 is way better than the first game. That game is insanely good, incredibly good. Uncharted 2.
Yeah, the prequels are already sold out for the Switch 2 in the UK.
That's what I heard. Yep.
Wait, say that again, Joe? I didn't hear you.
UK are already sold out for Switch 2.
Yeah, they are. But there are ways to get them in the UK. There are methods, believe me.
I still will support Sony currently just because they still do make some good games.
Yeah,
but I feel like they need
what you said about I would say I liked the first game a lot. I do remember that Spider-Man 2, from what I've played, I haven't finished it yet. But when I played it, the story does seem weaker. So
yeah. And Sony.
Yeah.
What Sony? I've said this. Sony needs a we need a PlayStation showcase, not a state of play. We need a showcase this summer in like June.
Yeah.
Sony needs to have a full-on showcase.
What?
They haven't
Summer
in like
Games
a year.
Fest?
Sony needs to do a showcase showing new big titles. They need to show us Wolverine. They need to show us whatever else they have going.
Metal Gear Solid 3
Ghost of Yotai.
remake.
Like they need to show all their new games.
Now because
show them off heavily. Make a banger of a show. Get people hyped to want to play PlayStation again. Because other than Monster,
I disagree. I think they need to hold it until
that's
June.
what I said. June.
Yeah, summertime.
A June showcase. Yes.
All right,
a June show. A big show in June, showing off all your big games that are coming.
Because if you look at the last state of play,
you gotta show. Here's the thing: Sony cannot do a bad show. If they do, that would freaking suck. They have to show. They got to show Wolverine.
Yeah, but the problem is
they
that they got to
everything, like anything else they have. They got to
sure.
People excited.
All right. Yeah, but the problem you've got right now is that you're asking this on a console that is now 5 years old. All right. Now, this probably might have to be the last show because they need to start hinting of the PlayStation 6. Because anyway you look at it, with these kind of prices, with the Switch 2, this is a reality. We're in a new era now because these prices are here to stay. And I want to know exactly what Sony's going to do about it. Because if Sony PlayStation 6 comes out and then Sony over there then says they do the whole thing like how they did with $299. If they do that, people will lose their minds.
For the games that were exclusive at launch and stuff like that. I don't know if I probably won't get a PS6 at launch if it's like 6 years in or 7 years in. It's got to be at least 8 years for the PS5 for me. I just can't. I just don't. I don't see myself getting a PS6 that soon.
I wonder if the reason is it because you just feel the fatigue from the PlayStation 5? Is that what it is?
It could be part of the reason. Like I love my PS5, but I feel like.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I've been playing Monster Hunter on it, but again, it's mostly third parties. Whereas I feel like the PS4 had a lot more first parties. That the PS4 generation is what got me actually back into big on gaming again. Was the PS4 generation, and then we got the Switch, and I was like, okay. And then I really was going crazy between the PS4 and the Switch. It was like, let's freaking go, man! Like there were so many good games, and then I feel like post COVID, it was like. The gaming industry's just been on a weird up and down, sporadic, whatever. Same with the movie industry, depending on the company, it's ever since COVID time.
Well, it's called, there's a simple word for it. It's called complacency. I mean, when you compare like the kind of leaps that they had with next generation consoles, I mean, it goes as far back as like, let's say the 16-bit to the 32-bit. You wait from Super Nintendo to PlayStation, like the Nintendo 64, all the way up to now the GameCube and the PlayStation 2. There were generation leaps that they haven't done in like 20 years. Okay, we're now used to the kind of iPhone treatment, which like was it like Tim
gaming
Cook, who now just says this
gaming can't go very much higher when it comes to like other than PCs, I guess. Like there's not a whole lot more because I'm not like I need 4K 120 to 260 frames per second, blah blah blah. I don't care as long as you give me very.
Well, yeah,
good
my
games
eyes are 720p.
As long as you give me really good games. Well, like we are at a point in gaming where, with the exception of the Switch 2, obviously, finally, Nintendo upgrading 10-year hardware.
Yeah.
That it's like there's not a lot. You can upgrade the hardware a little more, but like I don't know. Consoles at this point are going to be becoming PCs essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, yeah, that's what Microsoft said. Microsoft literally stated that with their working next gen Xbox is going to be effectively a PC.
They don't have any exclusive games anyways anymore. They're about to not anyways soon. So
so that makes them technically third party? I mean, you buy Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, and you do nothing with them. What is the point?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Xbox. I don't know what happened to Microsoft. Microsoft's supposed to be like the biggest company in the business, and I don't understand
Well, they kind of lost
They-
it.
you
They
know-
kind of
No,
lost
no, no.
confidence in
They
themselves
screwed up.
after
They
Redfall.
screwed up when I get they wanted to launch it the same year as the PS5. They screwed up when they didn't launch Halo ready and prepared and awesome for launch of the Series X, and that's what was their big downfall. Halo
Jeez, you're
Halo
talking
going
about
down
Infinity.
as not very good was their big downfall. And I loved the story. I 100% that dang game. I was hyped when I got the Halo Edition
Yeah.
Series X. I was hyped. I didn't get it when it first came out. I got it a year later, when Halo actually came out. With the Series X. And I was so hyped to get because I had a base Xbox One. That was the only Xbox I ever owned, and I didn't play that crap hardly at all anymore because I was like, this thing is junk. It overheats and it's freaking crap.
I mean,
So when I got a Series X, I was so hyped. I loved Halo at first. I 100% it, and then I got in a little bit of multiplayer, and then the multiplayer gradually died, and then it's just like, well, what happened to Xbox? That was their slow downfall.
well, I think one of the biggest problems they had is that not only is like Halo like the main core, like the main core point of what defines the Xbox. Okay, the biggest problem is that there were 3 strikes and you're out with 343 Studios. It began. I would like to say it began with Halo 4, but that was just the beginning. It was the Master Chief Collection. Then it was, what was it, Halo 5 Guardians, which was a complete freaking disaster. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it was
Infinite
pretty
was
bad.
better-
People
was
didn't
better
like
than
it.
5.
And now you've got...
At least story wise. I don't know about multiplayer. No idea.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of complaints about multiplayer. They said it was too Call of Duty-ish. It was too, like the whole sliding. They hated that crap.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I'm assuming they were. Was this sliding allowed in Infinite? Because I've never played it, but I've been told that it was very close to Call of Duty. And you know, Halo in the past has always been its own thing. You know, they've never liked the whole quick scope crap, but apparently it's the thing now.
I don't know, man.
And that's, you see, this is the thing. I mean, they've changed their name to was it Halo Studios, but it's still the same people in there. So I don't. So I mean, what is this? Like you're basically investigating yourself. That's like that meme. It's like, well, I investigated myself. I didn't see any problems here, so we're going to change our names, right, guys? And we're going to try again. We're going to try again to improve it. Look, I'm just going to tell you right now. If Xbox and Sony do exactly what Nintendo do, and they need to like run with the ball, because this is their only chance to like win people back. This is 2013 all over again. Okay, only it's a little bit later now and it's a little bit more offset, because Jack Tretton, when he left on the high, okay, when what was it, Phil Spencer, and you could see the look on the guy's face alongside with Don Matrick, who kind of like the guy's going to be a legend, okay, any way you put it, because when you look at Doug Bowser, he's doing the exact same thing what Don Matrick did. Okay, Doug Bowser basically literally said to everyone, look, if you're poor, guys, look, I totally get it, man, but we got an option for you. It's called the Switch One. He said it in that, I paraphrase, he said it exactly similar to that. Okay, all Phil Spencer needs to do is go, all right, guys, look, what we're going to do, like, we hear you. We understand things are hard.
Bro,
like,
I walked
and
right next to Phil Spencer when I was at PAX West last year, dude. He had like a group of people around him, but he walked right next to me and my buddy James. James is like, look, I'm like, what? He's right in front of me? What the heck? Phil Spencer's right in front of my face. Like, what the heck? He just walks right by us.
I'm glad he's still there, because you see, Microsoft is still like lucky that he's still there. Unlike Sony, who got rid of Sean Layden. I mean, that was the most important. He was like the Reggie Fils-Aimé of Sony. Okay, he was there since like
silly move. It was such a silly move.
Wait, say that again? I didn't hear you.
The PS4 generation was the best they had since the PS2 by far. It was way better than the PS4.
Oh yeah. And
now the
Jack
PS5,
because Jack Tretton,
I feel like at this point they don't know what to do other than like remasters and timed exclusives. Like
because they don't have good leadership. Was it Jim Ryan, that British guy? He left because he didn't know what the hell he was doing.
PS5 just the thing is like you look at the sales numbers. The PS4 is higher than the PS5. It absolutely is, because they had more games.
Yeah, of course it is, because they don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, what's going to happen when they're finished with all of the, the nostalgia and everything like that? What's going to happen after that? What are they going to do?
I've just seen this tweet.
It's not going to last forever.
PlayStation is sending out a survey to see how their users feel about the Nintendo Switch too.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh yeah, yep, they are actually. Yeah, they were.
Yo.
I think they were tweeting out
that,
about
yeah.
it or something. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it. Yeah, I did. I remember saying, I hope people feel because I did. I filled it in as well, and I implore everybody to fill in that and just like make Sony understand that this is unacceptable. Okay, this is unacceptable. I know people are defending this, but that's going to be the minority. Okay, there's no way you can defend this, man. This is crazy. That was supposed to be the cheapest out of the big three. Okay, you're talking about a console, right? That used to be family friendly. Now you're going to have people thinking twice about it. And when people think twice about a console or a video game, that's when they basically walk away. Because if they're doing too much thinking, that's too much for them, right? And they're just going to keep going away. And if they like do this thing where they play the long game, they go, you know what, maybe I should go back. And then they start thinking about it. It goes into a loop. That's what it happens. It goes into a complete loop, and then they just don't buy it. And then, look, in this kind of industry, this modern video game industry, as they call it, people don't stick around for long. I mean, look at Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
I mean,
people don't even talk about that.
Going up in life being harder, money wise and stuff, being tighter. It's making it harder.
Yeah. Well, it's called stagflation. Stagflation in the sense of it, you're not getting more for your money. And Nintendo apparently used to be the opposite.
2017 was a whole different time with the Switch. It sold really well throughout the years because of that, and then COVID, and not only that, but people were getting stimulus checks. Wazoo! People didn't know what to do with the money, so people were buying video game consoles and video games and stuff. So that was also a big reason. Big reason why people were buying. Well, people were buying Nintendo the most, but PlayStation and Xbox still had some sales. Like my stores never had any, but like the thing is like. Freaking Nintendo, man, like everyone was buying them because of that and all that, and then the same thing happened with Pokemon cards and stuff. People were just spending money up the wazoo, and especially when we first got those checks was around the same time as tax return time, so it was like everybody was like my local game store. The dude was like, yeah, people got their stimuluses and they got their tax return money, and they sold me out of like half my stuff. It's crazy. Oh, I don't know.
Well,
that was the big thing. That was a big thing too. Checks from the government made people just, I don't know what to do with this. Let's go buy some video games.
Well, first of all, this wouldn't be the first time like the federal government gives out stimulus checks. They've been doing this for like decades. I mean, especially even during Obama's era. I mean, how many stimulus does he threw out? He threw out like 2 or 3, and some of them were. Yeah, but some of them were to like bail out like companies which didn't need to have that kind of a bailout. They should have just gone bankrupt. And this is like kind of close to like the 2009 crash? Was it the crash of 2009? I think it was. And then like everything was just a complete freaking mess. They had to freaking like set the defaults on all of the banks. It was just a complete freaking disaster. And that was it. And yeah, the stimulus, like you said, the stimulus checks that they actually sent out. I don't know if they happened here in the UK, but I know it happened in my state, in Lafayette, South Carolina. I know that for a fact.
The only thing you could do was like sign up for universal credit, but even then, that was nothing. Pretty much. Not much.
Yeah, I know they bailed out a lot of banks, but yeah, getting back to your point, D-Man, the reason being is because the reason why most people were very loyal to Nintendo is because of the brand. It's brand awareness. You got sycophants who basically will buy it no matter what. So they're kind of victims to all of this because, they, like you, they want to buy the physical games. Okay, you're loyal to well, I would say maybe I don't know. You're loyal to the collection idea. I'm not saying you're loyal to. Maybe you are loyal to Nintendo, but you want to have that right. Look, this is what they should do. Okay, this is how it should be done. Right. I said this earlier as well. I said, look, because this is how it's happened with movie and music. Right. What is it about movies and music that has worked digitally? The fact that you still own them, right? You own them in a hard drive. If I'm buying a Nintendo game, if they want to play this game, this selfish game of like selling their games digitally, even on like, that Game Key card, which is like an empty cartridge at this point. It has the license in it. This is a dangerous game, all right? But if they want to play that game, okay, fine. I want access to that data at any time. There should be like a link to it. I should be able to download it from their website and just put it into my hard drive. That's what I should be getting, alongside with all of the DLC. I could download that anytime. Okay, that's all I want. Okay,
I find it funny how digital games are the same prices as physicals usually too, because like you're not shipping out a physical case. So it should be. It should realistically. It should be $10 cheaper.
Yeah.
For digital.
There's no reason.
Physical.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, I would say 30. I would say $30 cheaper.
At least 20.
I'd say, because I mean you're talking about 20. So where are we? So 80. So you're saying back to $60, right? Okay, fine. But at the same time, you're not using resources. Okay, it's not being produced in the factory. Okay, it's simply coming from a web server, right?
Well, you don't physically own the dang thing, so they can just take it away. So
yeah, it's a license, and they know that. They've made that very clear. Gabe Newell made that clear with, what was it, the Steam Deck? He made that very clear from day one, that what you are getting is a license. They had to change the policy, didn't they? It was like sometime like last year, because the government said that you have to do it. And I know the UK government is the same way. They basically made it very clear that, hey, we need to make sure that the average Joe who works in Walmart knows that when they buy a video game digitally, they're not owning it. Because like Ubisoft, they can take it away at any time. Because they always change their freaking terms of services. It's never going to freaking it's never going to stay consistent. They will change it without you even knowing about it. So what's the point even having it in terms of service? You might as well just say, do you agree to like owning something that you don't? That's it. That's all they should just say. I mean, what's with like the Section 6 and all of these other things? I sometimes read their terms of service just to see if it actually changes, but it doesn't. There's just like additions to what they've actually added on there.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna head off. It's like 1 o'clock here anyway. So
yeah. All right, man. All right, you take care. Man.
I feel like we're over what Joe's time was supposed to be.
It's okay. I don't.
I
made sure to prep this time. I am not going live for Daredevil till 8 o'clock, so I can chat for a little bit. I'm just a little upset because earlier, before you came in, D-Man, there was 2 headlines that came out that I'm really kind of making my brain preparing content for, and I'm really upset about 2 subjects. Gotcha. So one involves Star Wars, which is why we were bitching about Star Wars earlier, and it involves Kathleen Kennedy. I can't say the word on stream, so I'm just gonna word it to you as nice. So basically, Andor has always been a mature Star Wars show, but Kathleen Kennedy and Tony Gilroy are gonna bring grape to Star Wars.
Hell.
Grape.
Jesus. God damn. This is where we are.
I don't get upset by Star Wars anymore. I'm over it, dude. I don't even really talk about it.
I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. I mean, what else is left of Star Wars at this point? I literally was talking.
My other thing that's even more than that, because I don't give 2 shits about Star Wars right now where it's at. But I do care about DC. Man. I'm mad because when we're trying to do our show, do our regular scheduled programming, Retrod came in here and told me that once again, the Batman 2 is now delayed to 2028.
Wait again.
I think it's a placeholder at this point. I don't think they're going to make that movie. I just don't think they're going to make that movie, dude.
I don't know, dude. I don't know, man.
It's a placeholder. I mean,
because that's
you delay a movie.
That when you delay a movie that far, people aren't going to care anymore.
2028.
If you're going to do a sequel to a movie, you got to do it within 2 years.
Yeah,
3, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But if you're going to make it like 5 or 6 years later, you're doing a sequel.
Yeah, because he literally
people aren't going to care that.
So he was already. He's already going to be on. He's ready to film Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. And now apparently he just joined Dune. As of the beginning of this stream, he just says he's working on a deal for Dune 3 to play the main villain. So they film the Batman.
Now, in his defense, though, in Robert Pattinson's defense, I would say that this is kind of like what most people would do. Most people do like 2 movies at once. So, I mean, if there's nothing happening with Batman 2, then there's no contract.
Yeah, people are gonna not care anymore. Dude.
So he's
people
still free
are
to
not gonna
walk.
give a crap anymore, and
And
we're just not to mention at that point. Hello, we'll have James Gunn's universe as Batman and all that stuff already, and no one's gonna care about that anymore.
This is why
at
I
all.
suggested that Robert Pattinson. Yeah, Robert Pattinson should just go inside the James Gunn DCU, and that's it.
What the heck?
I mean,
just put him in there.
They should, because I heard that they're going to film Clayface pretty soon. Apparently, Batman's going to make his first.
Yeah, I heard
he's
about
going to make
that.
his
Yeah,
first appearance in Clayface, and I heard whether it's Pattinson or not, new Batman's casting by the end of the summer. Apparently, I just had it passed to me.
I don't care about DC's new universe until they can prove me wrong and make me like their stuff. By that I mean I want you to prove me wrong that the new Superman movie is phenomenal and that I won't like it more than the Man of Steel. I won't. I'm sorry, but I still want to love it. I still want to love it. I still want to freaking love it.
Well, I mean, there were problems with
Man of Steel was a one-hit wonder, and that universe, is just garbage. But that movie, it has just a place for me. I just really like it.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't bad. I did like Zod. Yeah. I mean,
fights were cool.
A lot of people kind of thought he was.
I want the fights to be sick in this movie and prove me that it's just as cool as Man of Steel.
Well,
that's what I want to see.
With the sneak preview, I thought it was. I didn't like it. I thought I would have liked to see an action scene, but we're seeing his vulnerable side, and I can understand why most people would say that this is quite important because they want to make it clear that he has a weakness and it's magic and certain other things as well. But I think it was pretty cool that they actually introduced you to what was the name of that freaking place? The fortress.
Yeah. They got the Fortress of Solitude, and then they got
Fortress of Solitude. Yeah, that's right. So, and it's like, would you say that's comic book accurate?
Yeah, I would say very comic book accurate.
Yeah.
Compared to what
the movie seems to be pretty comic book accurate, and that's really cool.
Yeah, so you could tell right there and then that James Gunn is trying to take this very seriously and sincerely. I would say that he is known for his wholesome scenes, the vulnerable, whimsical thing. He does it in almost every one of his movies. And I would say that's kind of like a bit of a Spielberg-y thing to do. He has his innocent moments. The thing about Superman that worries me is the beginning. And there is no action scenes, at least not.
Oh, okay. Because Man of Steel was like all hype and crazy the first 20 freaking minutes.
Yeah, but a lot of people want action right off the bat because apparently it's established universe.
That's fine.
So there's no need for the origin story.
Take your time.
So
I don't like. I just.
Well, no. So you would rather it just be a sort of like a moderate pace rather than just like him just like beating the crap out of like some look, it could be like how they just like introduce him, like how Batman in Michael Keaton's Batman, how he like introduces himself and to the thugs and then he's like, I'm Batman, and he's just like they're all scared of him. Oh my god, this is Batman. Like that. They should just introduce him just very briefly to like a takeaway villain.
They probably are.
Like he's not the main villain.
That's why they said Tom Holland wasn't getting an origins for Spider-Man because we already knew that story. We had 2 other Spider-Mans. So makes sense not to really do much with an origin story. Everyone knows who Superman is. Everyone knows the story. There's no need to.
James Gunn wants to have an established world. Like, even though they kind of introduced some things in Creature Commandos, Superman,
that's fine.
Like, it's already
they can just do a couple flashbacks here or there, and that's fine.
Yeah. They'll do it. I don't just like the whole idea of like. I mean, I think it's gonna be a 2-hour movie, so like, you don't have to have action right away.
I don't know. I don't know if it should be a 2-hour movie. Can we go back to 90-minute movies again?
Only if it's animated.
I'm getting sick and tired of 2-hour movies.
If it's live action, it's going to be longer. A lot of people
I know, but it's just like I guess what I'm saying is that when you go into these movies, unless it's like IMAX quality, I'm getting tired of the whole 2-hour movie thing, man. Because usually it's just them like putting fillers when there doesn't need to be fillers, you know? I mean, Brave New World was like, I think it was like a 90-minute movie, and that was what was satisfying about it. That was the only thing satisfying about it, because I just wanted that movie to be over with, you know? But it was short.
Reasons I don't like about Man of Steel: Jonathan Kent's death. The Fortress of Solitude was a ship, not a crystal. Superman needs color, and Superman killing Zod are his 4 reasons.
I agree. I was against the whole Zod getting killed. I hated it. He should have just been sent to the Phantom Zone.
It's a total Zack Snyder thing. It's what Zack Snyder wants to be edgy and dark, and that's...
Well, no. Well, yeah, that too. But I think he's doing the whole Rian Johnson thing where he's like, hey, look, see? I did that, you know? He's using guns. Batman is using guns. He's shooting people. He's killing people. Look at that. I've broken new ground.
John of Justice is a different story than Man of Steel. Man of Steel has problems. John of Justice is an entire other story.
Yeah. I mean,
it's bad.
I mean, you're talking about a movie that should have been the Ben Affleck 2016 movie, and it never happened. He had the movie licensing rights for it. It never came to fruition because they were playing catch up with the movie currently, which was the Age of Ultron and Civil War. They saw that and said, you know what, we got to do a versus ourselves. We got to do a versus. I remember the day when they announced it as well. It was I think it was in Comic-Con when they announced it, and they didn't really have much to show aside from the symbol of the bat symbol and the Superman emblem. And everyone was going, oh my God, this is amazing. This is back during like 2016 when people were still hyped for anything, so it was going to sell. But after that, it was just like, man, I don't know if we can do this anymore, man. It's like, I don't know if we can like pull this off today. Could you imagine them trying to do that today? Could you imagine them trying like a versus thing today? Like try to like bring up the hype. The hype has died, Oh, did D-Man leave? Sure, the hype has died. Yeah, the hype has just completely just like been killed off by so much shit that's just gone in the way of things, and it's kind of sad, because I remember. I mean, do you remember how pathetic it was? Like the fans of like I say fans, people reacting to like. I can understand I can understand The Last Jedi, but I cannot understand why people were like so excited for The Rise of Skywalker. I remember looking at like react videos, and there's like people crying, oh my God, this is beautiful. It's like Luke is dead. You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Like during like the 2010s, it was like the decade of hype. People were like innocent and they were just accepting anything. Yep. Now the 2020s have hit. People are a lot more resilient. They're way more stronger in mind of like just like saying, you know what, I might give this like one episode if it's a TV show, but then I'm not going to watch any more of it. This is why like shows like Invincible came along and just started kicking ass. And when you compare that to like, I don't know, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, which kind of has the same kind of aesthetic as Invincible, but just not as good.
Oh, you start to wonder. Okay, I like From a Neighborhood Spider-Man. I think From a Neighborhood Spider-Man was the kind of show that, even though not all Disney products are good, I don't think it was the kind of show we needed. It showed that Spider-Man, unlike the other Disney Marvel crap, it showed that Spider-Man, like, they could take the From a Neighborhood angle properly. You could see that Spider-Man could get a little dark. They touched on the Andrew Garfield thing without pulling it, like where Scorpion literally became such a big threat that Spider-Man almost killed it. Yeah.
Oh.
It was good.
Yeah.
I'm excited for season 2. I think it's one of the Marvel shows that actually like really stuck with me. I really was like, okay, this is actually.
Well, that's surprising because you're giving me the impression that there are some dark moments in this show. Wow. Okay, I might give it a chance then.
But if you can get past like the things that people complained about, the real stuff is really good.
Okay, so yeah, all right. Because from what I've been getting out of it is that it's you know, a lot of people have been like bashing it a lot, and you know, they said it was woke right off the bat.
Woke.
That's what they're saying.
There's elements of things that people don't agree with. They don't like how Harry Osborn is. They don't like how Norman Osborn is. And those are things that, you know, I think the actor for Norman Osborn is really good. I think if you can get aside from the race card, I mean, I think they kind of made Harry a little too goofy for my taste, but that's one aspect of a show that has so many great other things. Like, you get a great origin story for Tombstone in this show. There's
they put Tombstone.
They got
Tombstone, Jesus, he is like, isn't he like really strong? He's like ridiculous. He's like an undead guy, right?
Strong.
Jeez, I remember reading about the comic of him, and there was like some funny guy called Hammerhead, but he's like an old-fashioned villain.
So
you got freaking
Tombstone. They really deal with the Scorpion arc. Is Scorpion has a gang, and like Spider-Man has to get involved. And gang violence.
What about the Shocker?
I hear you, Retro. It's annoying. I understand. That's just unfortunately a thing that they're going to do right now in society. They love to do their race swapping and just But yeah, so the Scorpion has a gang, and like their whole notion is really cool. You get to see how that plays out.
No Shocker. No Shocker.
I don't think Shocker in this season. Maybe in season 2.
God damn, man, he's one of my favorite villains, man. He's such a reckless son of a bitch.
I haven't had a chance to play with him that much yet. I mean, they did in the Homecoming.
Yeah, there's a lot of villains.
I like Shocker too. I'd love to see more Shocker. I like in Insomniac Spider-Man 1 when you got to see when you got to fight him in the first game, and Josh Keaton, who voiced Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man, came in and played Shocker. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna give it maybe 6 more minutes, and I'm just gonna go back and summarize what it is I actually spoke about mainly, and what I actually brought to the podcast today. I would say that it's generally the concern with the Nintendo and the Nintendo Switch 2, and the fact that they have, quite frankly, performed what can only be described as the ultimate hubris, and it's quite dangerous. A lot of people have made YouTube videos about it, and I've actually watched and listened to their own side of it, and some of them are quite valid. I would say, are you familiar with Nintendo Prime? Yeah, this guy, he really goes real deep into like investigating like the real truth of what is really going on here. He actually fleshes it out really well. He's actually really, I've actually like watched a couple of his videos, and he talks about the misinformation about certain things that are going on about like, you know, the wrong pricing and everything. Like one journalist literally says that it's $90 and it isn't. And then basically what happens is that everybody else then starts to, they start to stir up a lot of crap, and then it's like, it wasn't true, you know. But what seems to be true is that it is going to be $80 and it's here to stay. And then what you're going to find out is that Rockstar, who basically probably, I mean, I don't know, did they ever actually say that they were planning to make it $100, or was that the CEO just talking shit?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Because at the end of the day, that's what's now led to this. Because knowing Nintendo, they follow trends. If they pay attention, they are following the trends, and they see it. They pay attention. It all goes back to like the Nintendo Online. You know, a lot of people didn't like it, but they had to deal with it. Now that they know that people have paid for Nintendo Online, they're going to go to the next phase, which is increasing the price of almost everything. I think the only thing they haven't increased the price on is the I think it's the Nintendo Online subscription. I think that's about it. But I think generally speaking, this is probably the biggest mistake they've actually done so far. And I don't know if I'm wrong about that. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this might be the most genius thing they've ever done, and then like everyone's gonna buy it. But I don't think they are, because at least not with the not with the US. I think everyone's made that point very clear, and I think the US are the ones that are getting like scammed the most. I mean, when you look at other countries, especially in Europe, I mean, like UK and Ireland, they sold out. But here, I don't know. I mean, they've delayed it now, haven't they? Because I think they delayed it from the 9th to May. Or is that
There's
something
so
else?
much delays.
No.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So either way, what really matters now is that if they actually do stick to these prices, I'm actually curious to know what's going to happen. I actually want to see the numbers, like how D-Man put it as well. I want to know just exactly how many of these sold, and then whether or not it actually is as big as it should be. But you know, with me, my stance with this, and this is probably going to be the last thing I'm going to say, that they should have just simply have. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they should have released it in 2024. B, they should have either done one of two things. They should have A, kept the prices the same and then just lowered the prices of the games. Because let's face it, that's just a one investment. That's a one-time investment. The games is the big deal right there.
Yeah.
And C, if this keeps going, right, if they stick to their guns with this, you better know that other third-party companies are going to follow suit. I dare them to do it, by the way. I dare them to do it because it's going to be funny when they start to realize that the kind of games that they release, because people know who these people are. They've already shown their hands. They've done it for the last 10 years with their microtransactions and their loot boxes and all of these other freaking crap that they actually put into their live services. They want $90. They are not going to get it. They know it. I think they know that they can't get away with it because Nintendo doesn't do that. And that's it. And that's pretty much that's all I got to say. I know I could probably go on about this a little bit further, but I want to see where this goes because this is pretty much where I'm at right now. So the bar's been set, man. I mean, this threshold has been crossed, and they have pretty much, they've changed things forever. So again, Joe, this is now a new era we're in, and this isn't going to go back to the ways of like $60 games. Maybe with Sony, maybe they will run with the ball and just say, "Hey, we're going to pull a 2013 again, like how they did with PlayStation 4, and just say, look, guys, we hear you." And that's probably why they did that survey, like how C4 put it. You know, they did that survey and they go, "Look, guys, we hear you. We're not going to put our prices ever at $80. We're going to respect you and just give you your, we're going to keep the games the way they are, and like maybe reduce it a little bit." You know, after maybe a year or so. But the bottom line is that we're not going to do what Nintendo do, and that's it. But that's
if someone ends up stopping them and changing that will be good.
Who could stop them?
Sure.
Miyamoto is nothing more than a figurehead. He's just there to he's just the face of Nintendo. He doesn't really have a say in it. The guys who have suits, like the guys that you never see in Nintendo, they're the ones that basically are the ones that just simply say, no, we doubled down on this, and that's it. I mean, what is it? Did they lose on a bet? They must have lost billions of dollars on something. I don't know what it is. It can't be the tariffs because they did this before the tariffs were going to kick in. So they can't put the blame on the tariffs. They can't blame Trump. So they gotta they gotta stop with that crap. You know, it's got nothing to do with Trump. I know they want to stir some crap with Trump and say, like, just hate Trump. You know, no, this is all on them. This is all on them. They did this, man. They were going to do this. They just don't have any respect whatsoever for the customer. Yeah.
So, Reclo, you said earlier about Patton where he they want him for the lead villain role for the third movie, apparently. Which I don't know. I'm interested in that because I'm confused. Because I assumed if they're doing Messiah, shouldn't the main villain be Paul?
Yeah, because Paul isn't a hero. He is Paul Atreides. He is he's technically his own villain.
Yeah,
because that's what he becomes. He becomes obsessed.
I did a video comparing him to Anakin Skywalker and the similarities and differences between him and Anakin a long time ago. I don't know if you saw it, but on my channel, I did a video where I put those two against each other.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's way more brutal than Anakin. Anakin is just like he's a tragic victim of himself. He got seduced by temptation, and that's basically what led him down the path of the dark side. With Paul Atreides, he made these choices intentionally. He's not seduced by anybody. He's simply following a path that no one else has ever gone before within the Atreides. And you could probably say that, he lost his father. His mother has sort of turned into she became one with the tribe as well, the Fremen. But at the same time, I would say the sister, who should have been, at least according to the books, should have been born by now. I don't know why the freaking sister wasn't born yet. So they kind of messed that up, because at least what I remember reading in the Book of Dune, Paul Atreides' sister was the one that killed the Baron, maybe? Lord Baron? It's been so long since I read the book. She killed Baron, I'm pretty sure of it. Because she becomes really powerful. It has been so long since I read that book. And it's the one from the 1950s as well. It's not the newer ones. It's like the original Dune book. And I'm pretty sure that's the one that George Lucas read as well. He read it and then was like, well, look at that. I think I'll make a Star Wars. I think that's what I'll make it. Because for a fact that
what do you think George Lucas would think if he heard you imitating his voice?
Well, it's I think it's pretty good what you did there.
I have to look at it.
I mean, it's not that
He's quite hard to pull off because he's got that very he's got that low self-esteem voice. He's like really chilled. He's just like, I just had to do it. Look, the people over there, the producers, they don't give a crap about any of that. They don't do it, I mean, they just don't care, that is a risk, okay? Just remember that, okay? Whenever you ever give money to one of these young directors and they want to make their new Star Wars, that's exactly what's going to happen, I mean, that's why I sold it off to white slavers. White Disney slavers. It's funny because at the time I was like, whoa, George, have you been drinking? When I heard them say that. Was that 2005 interview? It was like right after he did Revenge of the Sith. He just went all bars. No, it was right after he sold it. He sold it to Disney. Because he said
Retro wants you to do your Palpatine voice on the podcast.
I'm so tired, man. I mean, Anakin. Good Anakin. Kill him now. I actually made a comedy out of it. I was like, it's like a bunch of mental institution doctors was like, come on, Palpatine, come on, it's time for your medicine. No. How dare you? Anakin, look, the doctors, they're trying to take over.
That's crazy.
Come on, Palpatine. Come on, time for your medicine. Come on. Yeah, you can play your Star Wars games later. Come on, we've got to give you your medicine. No, you don't understand. I am part of the Senate. Yes, that's right. All right. Come on, we've got you some tea and biscuits. I bet Retro Lad is laughing right now. I can just imagine.
Come up here and just start laughing, honestly.
He must be losing it right now because I just don't know. I had this comedy thing where it was like Palpatine was just imagining it because the funny thing about Palpatine is that there was a theory that with him surviving, how they've made it so blatant that oh my god, he survived the Death Star. He was thrown down a freaking shaft, and then the Death Star exploded. And then you look at Rise of Skywalker. There's TIE fighters in there. The thing freaking exploded, and you got the throne in there. This looks like something out of Looney Tunes. How in the heck was the throne still intact? I mean, dude, I could talk about that for 3 hours straight, but I'm gonna conclude, man. We need to do this again, though, Joe. We definitely need to do this again because there are things.
You're welcome anytime, my friend.
Yeah. All right, Joe, man. We will. I mean, the last thing I will say is this. I mean, a lot of people who were here were talking about the future of Star Wars. And maybe I'm just being a bit harsh on it, but like I said, I stand by what I said about Theory. He's the only one, I think, who has the knowledge and experience to understand exactly what Star Wars should be, especially in this time.
Do you think he would really, like, even though he's making serious, like, even though he's making a serious, like career right now out of everything he's doing, because he's so disappointed with how things are going, do you think he himself would literally, if he got the opportunity, you think he would drop everything and go and run it?
No, he can't. He shouldn't go over there. He needs them to come over to him. I don't want him to fall for the same kind of crap that many other associates that have actually worked. I mean, look at Dave Filoni. So this is it. You just don't understand. I mean,
so you think they should totally make that they should totally make a thing where, like, he has a studio and they come to his studio?
He should be freelance. They should try him out, and then, if anything, if he makes so much money out of this, he should at least invest in, like, putting whatever kind of investment into the IP that he's choosing. I mean, I just don't see Disney ever selling Star Wars. I know there was rumors about it, but I just don't think he has the money for it. Theory, he's got money, but not that kind of money.
If he's selling Lamborghinis, he might.
No. He needs to, like, this is going to be like a slow investment. I mean, this is how he should be thinking personally. He should just build. Well, yeah. He definitely needs to just stick to the portfolio right now, and then just see what the producers say. If they do back him up on that,
what I think would happen, ideally, is because even though I'm not as big of a Star Wars YouTuber as he is, when I did my Star Wars lore stuff, I would definitely, like, I wouldn't mind if I got to become friends with him. I've said for a long time, I think I have some ideas over there because I'm working on a fan film myself for Star Wars right now, and I know
that's cool,
that I could cook something very serious if I get the funding for it. Right now, I'm trying to do calling it Beyond the Force, and it's gonna be basically a situation where Riven has basically been sleeping for thousands of years, and Riven is going to face off against Starkiller. Yeah.
Wow. Wait, Starkiller from Force Unleashed?
Yeah.
Or is this
Starkiller from Force Unleashed?
Remember, Revan, he does. Yeah. Riven? Is it Riven? Because Revan is the guy from whatchamacallit? Knights of the Old Republic. Yep. So it's Riven, right? Okay, so just remember that he does meet his end. When was it? Is it in the second one or the first one? I can never remember.
So he did die. Okay.
It's been so long. I know he does die because he's the one that founded the Yavin. Was it the rebel insignia? He was the one that created it, and that they used it in memory of him, and that's pretty much how the rebel forces came to be. So in a way, it is what is it? It's like an origin story of how the rebels came to be because of him. But they've never mentioned his name.
What we can do is I can tweak it a little bit, and I can make it. Because all Sith, they're tied to artifacts, right? So I can make it that his hologram or whatever is keeping him around, and his spirit probably was tied to whatever this item is, and then and then Vader comes in at the end credits. Would have had Starkiller do
Post credits.
Yeah, that'd be sick. That's definitely what I'm kind of angling towards.
There was one project one of my friends was going to do, or at least I think he was still working on it. It was basically it was supposed to be like a story relating around the origins of Snoke, and he was going to use, it was part of a theory that didn't come true because people wanted to know who Snoke was, and a lot of people had the theory that it was the librarian in the archives of The Phantom Menace. You know, the deleted scenes of that one scene where you had the librarian? Yeah, they because Obi-Wan Kenobi was like looking for something, and it was cut from the film because it didn't really have any kind of relevance to the film, but it was actually still pretty good to see that they had like the archives and all that. And she was talking about the dark side of the Force. And a lot of people basically were thinking, what if that was Snoke? It was like, well, Snoke's a man, and she's a woman.
I hate about Snoke so much more. The theories for Snoke are better than the execution of the character of Snoke ever. Like, it just...
Yeah, it was. But I would say it was Rian Johnson who completely butchered the character. And when I saw him die, I was like, oh my God, wow. What the I mean, we're like still halfway through the movie. So, like, we're in the third act. I mean,
you want to know why people would have loved my Rise of Skywalker? I wouldn't have called it Rise of Skywalker or anything stupid like that, but I'm just saying, like, my Episode 9 script, Snoke was going to be... I was sick of them fucking around with all the Palpatine shit they did, right? So I went on the much more logical George Lucas path. I had it be Plagueis that was alive.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, so you're going with the Darth Plagueis theory that was who Snoke was. Story, yeah, I was going to go there too. But I just don't know if it's just too obvious because Darth Plagueis.
Just think about it. Palpatine was so overconfident. He thought he killed him, but as an audience, even in any of the books, nobody ever saw him die. So we're supposed to just take Palpatine's word that Palpatine's sure he killed his master. But that's the thing I see. Oh, your Episode 8 would have been Snoke would have been a Dark Jedi when he was young and faced Luke. Snoke killed Mara, Luke's wife, and Luke's scars Snoke with the dark side. He runs away.
Oh, I see what you mean. So you're saying that the scars that he has all over he's like disfigured. That was because of Palpatine. Yeah, a lot of people
did, see, that's what I would say. Well, Retro had wanted to go with Luke being involved with that stuff. He wants me to read yours. So he says his vision for Episode 8 is. Okay, so he says he would have had Snoke been a Dark Jedi. Oh, crap. Snoke would have been a Dark Jedi when he was younger, faced Luke. Snoke killed Mara, Luke's wife, and Luke scars Snoke with the dark side.
No way, man. Really? Mara Jade? Come on, man. She was really good, man. I can't accept that. There's no way, man. I mean,
it's bad enough to include her, but I would never have killed Mara Jade.
Yeah, she's just too cool, man.
In my movie, she was the main player. Rey doesn't exist in my sequel trilogy.
It's funny because when I first saw the trailer, I actually thought that Daisy Ridley was going to play Mara Jade. I actually thought that was.
I think they could have made it work. I'll be honest. Like the Snoke.
Yeah, but the hair color's wrong though. Mara Jade's hair color is red, so I thought, it's not her. She has like red long hair. That's what I remembered of her. And she was the only other Jedi aside from Mace Windu who had purple lightsaber.
Her cool. I mean, I would say for me, one thing I would have done, you can have flashbacks with Mara, but this is why Luke is in pain. Well, how about you just take the Luke is in pain shit and get rid of it? Because to me, when I'm doing a sequel trilogy of Star Wars, I want Luke to be how Luke is in the EU. I want Luke to be a strong, very powerful force wielder, very powerful duelist, and be a lead character. How he should be. That's how I see Luke. Now, I will be honest. I know this might be a controversial take, but especially after recent years, if I ever do anything Luke in a project, I will be recasting because I'm not having a Luke Skywalker that keeps his pants down every single.
I knew you were going to go there. I knew it. So the bottom line is that, and no pun intended, but the bottom line is that quite simply, he's done. There's no fixing Mark Hamill after what he did in the BAFTA Awards.
About, like, I do want to make, because I know Filoni's going to make it. I know Filoni's going to make a terrible job. I do think I might cancel my idea that Retrolite came up with, even though it is a cool idea. And I think I'm just going to make my version of Heir to the Empire because
you do. Oh wow! Yeah, but you do know that they are going to work on. It's eventually going to happen because a lot of people have been talking about it. They will eventually try to. It's going to happen. They're going to reboot. They're going to reboot the original trilogy.
I'm gonna hate if they do that, but I mean, but you could have Luke struggling with the dark side. There was signs in Return of the Jedi. But you have to remember everything that George Lucas established in Return of the Jedi. When Luke throws the saber away, that was him rejecting the dark side. That was him going with, like, just fundamentally, I believe Lucas had said it many times, that even though he did say that he wanted Luke to go, that a lot of his executives wanted Luke to go to the dark side, Lucas fundamentally told them no. Like, he did not want.
Yeah, but how could he be rejecting the dark side if that was the lightsaber that he used in the Return? Was it Empire Strikes Back?
No, it's Return of the Jedi. He throws so his green lightsaber, he throws it away, and he says, because Palpatine was trying to get him to submit to him, and then he's like, I'll never.
Oh, you're talking about Return of the Jedi,
so that to me, I took that statement from the way Lucas has described it. I've watched many interviews. And the way that Lucas talks about it, it seems like he was basically insinuating that that was meant to be the closest thing Luke got to coming to the dark side. Like,
yeah, because he almost killed Darth Vader. He used all of his rage, and what basically make him lose control was his sister.
With that stuff, I'll be honest. I've never, after seeing that moment, and when I look at Luke Skywalker, I did not need Luke Skywalker to go on a what is it called? Dark Empire? I didn't need the Dark Empire route with him. Remain good and just be, because what I think Luke always should stand for, and this is one thing I will say that the Mandoverse has done well. If we could just knock this deep fake shit, I think there's one thing they could fix that the sequels have ruined that I think would have been nice to see in the Mandoverse that actually were taking it seriously. If they were taking it seriously, I think they could have turned Luke into what Captain America is for Marvel, but for Star Wars. And I think they could have taken Luke and made him been like I could see him be like well, I feel like the thing about Luke is the example of like what happens if Anakin were to stay full light side instead of becoming a Sith. You know, it would have. That's why I think Luke 16.
Kind of. I mean, Anakin and Luke, they're not the same, but they kind of are similar. I mean, with Anakin, he is very bossy. He can be very arrogant, but at the same time, he does the right thing. He follows orders. With Luke, he gets impatient. He gets, I mean, look at the scene with Empire Strikes Back when he sees Yoda. He's like, what am I even doing here, man? I got to get out of here. And all that kind of stuff. That, you know, he gets impatient. He gets impulsive. He's a kid. He's still a kid, just like how Anakin was. But at the same,
like, if you ever had to recast Luke just because of all the Mark Hamill nonsense, you know you have to do young Luke instead of this deep fake nonsense. Do you know what I would do? I already have
yeah. Sebastian Stan.
100%. I don't know how big his role is, but he could do it. He looks like Mark Hamill. He's a great enough actor that he can do it. And honestly, if I was Disney, I'd be kicking myself in the face, messing around with all his defense. We literally could have some of the greatest scenes ever as Luke Skywalker if we had just an actual actor playing Luke Skywalker.
Who would direct it?
Someone
That's
good.
the question. Good answer. Because you can't really give out a name right now.
But I would hope someone good.
I really can't. I don't know. I mean, I would have to think about it. I mean, who can say? I mean, I don't want to say like
someone who knows how to work well in a machine, right? So like one thing that I think is very interesting about not comparing Star Wars and Marvel that often, but the Russo brothers.
I knew you were going to mention it. You know, I was trying to avoid mentioning the Russo brothers. I really was, but
the one thing about them I've noticed is when they go off their own, they can't do good trying to create their own IP. But when they work well work well in the machine of like that is Marvel, they're able to like when they're in that sandbox, they understand
established world.
But when they go off and branch out and do their solo projects, they just don't hit. But for some reason, like I do think no matter what state the MCU is, I do think that these next two Avengers movies, even though all the criticism, even though all the speculation, theories, and stuff that we've heard, I think these movies are going to be great.
Yeah. Just
because I can't see the Russo brothers not.
Yeah, I agree.
I can't.
I agree.
Like no matter what people have said about RDJ's Doom being a mistake, whatever, they're going to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I think they're going to do their own thing. I don't think they. I mean, they will probably take elements. They're going to nitpick from the comics. I personally think it's going to be Iron Man, Doom comics. I do have a theory
now after Robert Downey Jr.'s 60th birthday. I do think there's a way. I'm working on a more positive version of like my thoughts on Doom because I think I found a way that I think they're going to make it work.
Yeah,
and I think they revealed something very big at Comic-Con that people missed. And I think they're going to take. You remember when they've been releasing a lot of details about what happened with what Kang Dynasty was supposed to be, right?
Well, I still think that's still going to happen, Joe. I don't think they haven't shied away from that. I personally do believe that they might actually just bring back Jonathan Majors. I think they want the heat to die down and people to forget and go, oh, look, it's Jonathan Majors.
Bringing him back to die, though, because he's going to die when Doom takes his place.
Well, they did that. How many times did they kill him, though? I mean, they killed him in like the TV show and in the movie. They didn't kill the main one.
So if they bring him back, they have to kill Kang and get rid of him. And just because, in my opinion, I know there's a lot of fans of Jonathan Majors. I don't think Kang has a place in the universe anymore. Like, I don't think that Loki did.
No, he doesn't. That ship is already sailed. Yeah, it's definitely the ship is sailed now. That maybe should have happened this year.
I have no opinion on him coming back. I'm fine with him coming back like at the beginning of Doomsday to like just be like, oh, this was my universe, and I'm just because I heard a rumor or a theory that Kang was trying to prevent Doom because sounds good retro. I'll be right back. I gotta go run to the restroom real quick, but continue that thought on Kang and Doom.
What? Well, yeah. All right. No worries. Well, he's gone. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah. So I just had to run to the restroom real quick. But so
yeah, no worries.
Wanted in Loki we learned about the multiversal war, right? So Kang wanted to prevent the multiversal war because if the multiversal war happens, then Doom gains all this magic power and becomes infinitely more dangerous than Kang. And they revealed in the script for what was Kang Dynasty, they released a lot of the details because they're not doing that vision anymore, right? And in the
well, they would have to change it dramatically now. I mean, whatever they had planned.
That's why it's Doomsday. They've changed pretty much everything.
Yeah, but it still needs to connect with Loki because otherwise that is not going to make any sense whatsoever. Not to mention Loki, but also
because a lot of
Ant-Man
people
as well.
think that Marvel was being desperate and just immediately had pivoted to like going from Kang to Doom, which it is partially true. But I did hear more information that it's not as true as people think, because apparently Doom was always in versions of the story to always come in and be the bigger threat. Like and the way that they were going to work that is that this whole multiversal war that they were teasing in Loki was meant to lead up to that Kang was so afraid of Doom. So he was trying to prevent Doom from entering Earth 616 and getting into all these other universes, because he didn't want Doom, like fans of Doom from the traditional comics would know this. Apparently, I'm hearing some rumors right now that, especially now that Wong, of all people, has taken the mantle of this, I think Doom is going to take Doctor Strange's title in Doomsday.
What, the Supreme? Supreme.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I think
that's absolutely. Yeah, I think that did happen at one point as well. I do believe he does actually become a Sorcerer Supreme.
Kang is afraid of Doom getting magic. Apparently, Kang wanted to prevent Doom from getting any power in the multiversal war because he said he was afraid of him. And so
but he's so knowledgeable.
And then when they did Comic-Con, something I wanted to mention to you, when they did Comic-Con, they unveiled RDJ.
Yeah.
On stage, there was other Iron Man or other Doom people on stage. A lot of people thought the other people that were Doom were going to just be Doom bots, right? I do think that RDJ's Doom will have Doom bots, but I also have heard this as well. I have heard that while this is a new movie, it will share one element from the Kang Dynasty that's similar. You remember how Kang was going to have a bunch of different variants played by Jonathan Majors, right? Doomsday will feature more than one version of Doctor Doom.
Well, yeah, naturally, I would expect that too. I mean, there were
theory, and they haven't announced it yet, and because there's so much secrecy with this cast, they probably won't. It'll probably be a surprise. I think the two actors that played Doom in live action so far, that one that didn't like people like, and one that they did like, will return to play new versions of Doom as variants. And then I also think they're going to bring in the two fan castings that people really liked, because just like they did with Multiverse of Madness, to see if they could have done it, right? So I think you're going to have the original ones, and then I think you're going to have Mads Mikkelsen and Cillian Murphy as Doom variants.
Joe, I'm getting a call, dude.
Don't worry,
I
man.
have to
I gotta go watch Daredevil anyway.
So,
you're good, boss.
Yeah, so I'll catch you next time,
man,
Take it easy, man.
Awesome. Take it easy.
All right.
All right, guys.
Catch you later.